Pleasant good morning, Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is called to order. I want to say a pleasant good morning to all present, listening and viewing. It's the first day of school for public school students. 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to tour the St. Croix schools with my colleagues, and our schools have their challenges, but I also have administrators, teachers, faculty, and staff who work hard to ensure that our schools are places of learning and opportunity for all of our students. I'm hopeful that what we are seeing with this first day of school, as far as closures and special schedules, does not set the tone for the 2025-2026 school year. I'm relying on the Department of Education, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance to move quickly to make those improvements needed so that our students can have their positive school year that they deserve. I had the opportunity to walk through St. Croix Central High School this morning and greet some of the students as they appear to school, and they're all eager beavers. They're very energetic and looking forward to a school year. So again, our best wishes to our students for the new school year. Today, we have the Virgin Islands Police Department who will be defending their proposed general fund request of $73,339,967, and the Department of Law Enforcement Planning Commission who will defend their general fund request of $734,766. The committee will also hear from the Government Employees Retirement System. GRS does not receive funding from the general fund, but is here today to update on their operational accomplishments, challenges, and overall outlook for the upcoming fiscal year. We also continue to extend our best wishes to those individuals that is overseas and in Paraguay and those other areas. Again, our junior individuals that's competing. I heard that we won a gold so far and a silver. So we continue to look forward, and we continue to make shining examples all over the world. So again, congratulations to those individuals. I get the specific name later on so that we could post those. I also want to offer my condolences to the police department family. I heard recently or read of the passing of former police officer Corporal Violet Damido. So we certainly offer our condolences on behalf of the legislature of the Virgin Islands. At this time, I'd like to remind those of you in the audience, as well as my colleagues, that if you have your cell phone, please turn them off or turn them down as to not to interrupt today's proceeding, and to ask the Madam Clerk to please conduct the roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca present. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Hubert L. Frederick present. Senator Mary C. James. Senator Mary C. James absent. Senator Kurt A. Vielle. Senator Kurt A. Vielle present. Mr. Chair, 6 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
No, Senator.
All right. We'd also like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. And to ask the Madam Clerk to read the agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation and Finance will meet on Wednesday, August 13, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., Virgin Islands Police Department. Invited testifier, Honorable Mario M. Brooks, Commissioner. Law Enforcement Planning Commission. Invited testifier, Molito A. Smith Jr., Executive Director. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Government Employees Retirement System. Invited testifier, Angel E. Dawson Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive Officer. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the Honorable Commissioner Mario M. Brooks, as well as Molito A. Smith Jr., Executive Director of the Law Enforcement Planning Commission, seated at the testifiers table. We go to them at this time to recognize and do an introduction. We start off with the Virgin Islands Police Department. Commissioner, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Senator. Good morning to the listening audience. Morning to senators in the world and all viewing in the social media. Thank you. Good morning.
The CFO.
Good morning, Sandra Webster, CFO, VIPD.
Assistant Commissioner.
Good morning, Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner.
Legal Counsel.
Good morning, Florence Clearsant, Director of Federal Grants.
Let's try that again. Go ahead.
Good morning, Jason Marsh, Deputy Commissioner of Professional Standards.
Good morning.
Good morning, Carolyn Watley. Good morning, Carolyn Watley, Deputy Commissioner, Support Services.
Morning. Let's go over on the other side. Chief.
Good morning, Houston Cornelius, Chief of Police, St. Croix.
Good morning, Dwayne Richards, Director of Human Resources.
And we do have Chief Deborah Hodge as well.
Good morning, everyone. Deborah Hodge, Chief of Police, St. Thomas, St. John, Water Island District.
Welcome, Chief. Ma'am. Let's get it again, please.
Acting Director of Planning and Research and Records Bureau.
Hello. Ms. Tweed.
Good morning, Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems.
Morning.
Good morning, Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety.
Morning.
Good morning, Didier Hughes III, Director of Facilities Management and Properties.
Morning. Commissioner, you have a full house here today. All right. Smith.
Good morning. Good morning,
Mic 3, please.
Good morning, everyone. Molito A. Smith Jr., Director, Law Enforcement Planning Commission.
Good morning, Averill Charles, Director of Financial Management Services.
Good morning, Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator.
Morning to all. Commissioner, you could go ahead and proceed with your testimony at this time.
Thank you, Senator. The Honorable Novelli Francis Jr., Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, committee members present, members of the 36th Legislature, esteemed listeners and viewers, citizens of the United States Virgin Islands, good morning. I am Mario M. Brooks, Commissioner of the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. It is indeed an honor to be here today to participate in this vital process. I'm particularly pleased to be accompanied by the VIPD's executive team, a group of exceptional professionals who are prepared to provide thorough and transparent information as we discuss the department's fiscal year 2026 budget. To begin, I would like to highlight several key accomplishments achieved during fiscal year 2025. The Virgin Islands Police Department successfully reduced overall crime by 4%, recovered 105 illegal firearms, not inclusive of the successful gun buyback program, and effected 564 arrests while maintaining a continued reduction in our overtime expenditures. In fiscal year 2024, the department expended $24,126,044 in overtime. In fiscal year 2025, to date, July 24, 2025, the department expended $13,157,633 in overtime. At the current rate, we anticipate expending $15,549,930 at the end of fiscal year 2025, which represents a 36% reduction or $8,576,114 from fiscal year 2024 spending levels. VIPD's fiscal year 2026 general fund budget aligns with the Office of Management and Budget's recommended budget of $73,339,167. Of that, we have personnel costs at $40,345,456. Our fringe is at $15,445,247. Supplies at $4,787,675. Other services at $10,519,603. Utilities at $1,801,186, and capital outlay at $440,000. There's also specific allocations included, such as the police athletic league for St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, each district at $65,000 apiece, and the cadet program at $65,000 apiece in either district. We also have the consent decree at $2,005,067, Crime Stoppers at $100,000, and our contribution to the Peace Officers Training Fund at $250,000. Additionally, the department is set to receive an appropriation of $3 million from the Tourism Advertising Revolving Fund to support the VIPD's tourism-related initiatives. The budget also includes non-appropriated funds of $584,314 for the Peace Officers Standard and Training Fund, and an additional $11,714,637 anticipated from federal funds. In fiscal year 2025, we received $919,233 in American Rescue Plan Act funding for a total of $19,687,701 for 7 projects. We have 2 remaining open projects totaling $2,715,314. The Real-Time Crime Center Personnel Project is at $616,378, and the VIPD Anti-Crime Initiatives for $2,098,934, of which $566,890 is encumbered for the in-car solution contract, $919,233 for the purchase of additional cameras and license plate readers, and the remaining $612,812 for the establishment of our drone program. We plan to utilize $16,120,252 in federal grants to supplement the general fund. The fiscal year 2025, we received $3,967,740 from the United States Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services Program to fund the salaries of 20 new police officers, and $338,786 from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission to fund the purchase of tactical gear and training for our officers. The VIPD has also accumulated $224,345 in Operation Stone Garden grant funding from the United States Department of Homeland Security, which supports our work with local and federal agencies to curtail illegal activities, to include human and drug trafficking on our borders. To date, the Department of Homeland Security funding has allowed for $15,158 in overtime reimbursements. Due to the natural disasters and issues along the southwestern U.S. border, federal funding was redirected, resulting in the department receiving only $85,000 in fiscal years 2022 and 2023, and $54,345 in fiscal year 2024. The department also has multi-year funding in the amounts of $202,500 in Homeland Security grant funds for tactical equipment and special weapons and tactics training. We have another $50,000 in Homeland Security grant funds to assist with the upcoming election process. $1.5 million from the United States Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs, for the expansion of our surveillance cameras. $2 million for the Real-Time Crime Center project, $3,984,000 for the build-out of law enforcement vessels, and $105,819 from the Law Enforcement Planning Commission in prior year funding to support violence against women. In fiscal year 2025, the Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety received $2,237,752 from the National Highway Safety Administration to fund 13 NHTSA projects. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration awarded $1,509,310, which will fund 3 federal grants through September 30th, 2027. At the end of fiscal year 2025, any unused NHTSA fund balances will also roll forward to fiscal year 2026. The Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety has 1 federal motor carrier grant which will expire on September 30th of 2025. And the anticipated deobligated amount will be $300,000, which includes funding for a key vacant position. The VIPD received $12,872,869 in FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Program funding for various disaster relief projects. These projects include generator installations and the retrofitting of facilities to meet hazard mitigation standards. The department obligated $25,022,202 in FEMA public assistance grants. In fiscal year 2025, the department received $441,473 in FEMA public assistance reimbursements for a total reimbursement of $16,559,847 for Hurricanes Irma, Maria, and COVID-19. We recently obligated 7 new projects in the amount of $100,587 for Tropical Storm Ernesto. To date, 5 projects totaling $387,293 for safety equipment and building contents are in the process of deobligation. The Virgin Islands Police Department continues to collaborate with the independent monitoring team on the path towards substantial compliance with the remaining provisions of the consent decree. The paragraph concerning citizens' complaints remains in compliance and is expected to be removed from the consent decree by March 2026, marking the conclusion of its monitoring period. As we move forward, the VIPD, the IMT, and the U.S. Department of Justice remain aligned in our efforts. As we stay the course, we anticipate achieving full compliance with the remaining paragraphs by the end of 2025. At that point, we will enter a 2-year monitoring period for the outstanding provisions. In preparation, the department is working to ensure that the appropriate policies and procedures are firmly in place to support long-term sustainability beyond the consent decree. Substantial compliance at the completion of the 2-year monitoring period will allow the VI government to realize a cost savings of approximately $700,000 annually. In fiscal year 2025, we hired 15 new employees to strengthen both our sworn and civilian workforce. In addition to these hires, 17 police officer recruits successfully graduated from the police academy and have entered active duty, further reinforcing our commitment to public safety and personnel development. Despite these important gains, we experience an annual turnover rate of approximately 8.9%, which highlights the need for sustained recruitment and employee retention strategies. To address present and future staffing challenges, the department has taken a multi-pronged approach to recruitment and employee engagement. First, we're expanding the police cadet program within the local high schools. This program serves not only as a career readiness initiative, but also as a strategic recruitment tool. Since 2024, 18 cadets have graduated from the program, with 3 being hired and 2 expected to join shortly. Additionally, we are pleased to report that 3 police auxiliaries have successfully converted to full-time police officers after completing their 1-year probationary requirement. In alignment with our youth engagement and workforce development goals, the department has created the Office of Youth Services. This office is responsible for the PAL, Weed and Seed, Cadet, and Youth Internship programs. The Youth Internship program is being redesigned to specifically target high school and college students for placement in various positions within the department. The objective is to provide real-world experiences, foster interest in public service careers, and establish a new feeder system for future employment within the department. The Police Activity League is furthering its youth engagement mission through collaboration with the Jerry Brown Baseball League on St. Croix. We recently hosted a department-sponsored tournament featuring local youth and visiting teams from Puerto Rico and St. Thomas. This event did not only showcase athletic talent, but it also promoted regional camaraderie and positive interactions between law enforcement and the community. To further support retention and morale, the department has established an employee recognition committee. This committee includes union representatives from both districts and is tasked with identifying, recommending, and promoting initiatives to recognize outstanding service and improve overall employee engagement. We have increased our recruitment efforts to include the launch of our newly redesigned website, targeting advertising campaigns and our community outreach efforts. The department is actively engaged in reducing personnel costs by implementing stricter oversight and improved procedures related to overtime management. This includes the enforcement of policies governing overtime eligibility, usage, and documentation. As a result, the department has achieved a 36% reduction in overtime expenditures. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank my staff, particularly the chiefs and their deputies, for their leadership and continued efforts in managing the reduction of overtime within their respective areas of responsibility. Their commitment to accountability, strategic scheduling, and resource management has made a noticeable impact on improving the department's operational efficiency. We will continue to refine these practices, track outcomes, and implement improvements as needed to maintain fiscal discipline without compromising public safety or operational readiness. Funding for the Training Bureau continues to ensure that all peace officers in the territory maintain certification requirements according to the Peace Officer Standards and Training, in providing training virtual platform and in-person learning. During fiscal year 2025, approximately 3,000 hours of instruction were delivered in recruit training, peace officer certifications, and officer development. Instructions were inclusive of yearly firearms certifications, training, taser baton, OC certification, ethics, use of force, and domestic violence. There were also training for auxiliary officers who transitioned from part-time to full-time officers, and lateral transfer training for officers that came from other agencies. In addition, training was also delivered in use of force investigations and active shooter response. The Training Bureau continues to use PARDMS to provide supplemental training for all personnel. A testing component is also included at the conclusion of each block of instruction. Other critical training conducted included scenario-based trainings, mental health first aid certifications, courtroom testimony, and leadership training delivered by the FLETC. The Training Bureau also developed a program to train and certify civilian personnel in mental health first aid. Training and certification on the use of newly acquired noise meters are currently in progress. In fiscal year 2025, VIPD graduated 23 peace officers and 9 auxiliary officers and 8 full-time sworn personnel. Officers have begun utilizing the e-citation system to issue citations, which are electronically transmitted to the court system. Upon full implementation, the e-citation will be extended to all law enforcement agencies. Phase 2 of the e-citation will involve the deployment of additional hardware and the integration of the system with other platforms. Phase 2 of the camera installation project is in its final stages, with the remaining work focused on the installation of the pan-tilt zoom and license plate reader cameras. Through our real-time crime centers, the system continues to be monitored actively, recording and providing real-time information to law enforcement personnel. The Income Mobile Routing Solution contract for first responder vehicles throughout the territory have been signed. This solution provides officers with the capability to transmit and receive real-time data within their vehicles. It will also enable the 911 emergency communication centers through our Spillman software to view the real-time location of the vehicles and dispatch them accordingly. In the meantime, the chiefs are able to monitor the precise locations of active units in the field by way of our current GPS solution. Preparations are currently underway for the deployment of the 40 units. Each will be equipped with the necessary hardware, internet access, and secure connectivity to network resources from the vehicle. The vendor for the Real-Time Crime Center has started building out the required equipment and furniture for each of those locations. The completed products will then be shipped to the designated locations in either districts. These centers will be fully outfitted with the necessary furnishings and technological infrastructure to support personnel by delivering real-time information to officers in the field. This platform will facilitate the integration of various types of cameras and applications into a unified map-based interface. The traffic light enforcement project is pending completion, contingent upon identification of a funding source. Ultimately, this tool will play a critical role in the Real-Time Crime Center project. The Virginia Police Department continues to modernize and harden its facility portfolio through an aggressive capital improvement program supported by several FEMA Public Assistance Awards. These include the Alexander Farley Center retrofit, Leander Jorgen Command retrofit on St. John, the St. Thomas impound lot, the VIPD sub-base training building, Anna's Retreat Repairs Project on St. Thomas, and the Patrick E. Sweeney Headquarters retrofit on St. Croix. These efforts, coordinated with VITEMA and the Public Finance Authority reflect all major projects standing at 30% or greater in the design phase beyond the initial scoping. As these capital projects progress, VIPD has secured multiple temporary leases across both districts. In fiscal year 2026, the St. Thomas St. John district is budgeted at $787,931 in annual lease obligations, whereas the St. Croix district is budgeted at $1,740,111, bringing the total territory-wide lease obligation to $2,528,042. In the St. Croix district, the department has executed a new lease for a brand new police headquarters, currently under construction, which will finally allow the VIPD to vacate the deteriorating Marcy location. This facility is being built to the department's specifications and includes a comprehensive facilities maintenance plan developed in partnership with the landlord that addresses our HVAC servicing, generator stability, electrical load management, and plumbing system mapping to preserve the building integrity until the Patrick E. Sweeney headquarters is complete. VIPD is currently developing a similar maintenance plan for all these locations to standardize upkeep and reduce emergency repairs. While the department presently occupies 20 lease sites across the territory, the long-term strategy remains a consolidation of core operations into fewer government-owned facilities. This approach is expected to significantly reduce rent and maintenance costs, enhance efficiency, and overall raise employee morale. In closing, we thank you for the opportunity to present our fiscal year 2026 budget request, providing a transparent overview of our achievements, challenges, and future initiatives. I'm taking this opportunity to thank the people of the Virgin Islands. Your collaboration is crucial in our efforts to combat crime. I would like to recognize Officer Sharon Bacon and Johnny Cornelius as our Employees of the Year. To the executive team, thank you for answering the call to service and dedication to lead in this department. There is no I in team, and I cannot do it without you. To the entire VIPD family, sworn and civilian personnel alike, we say thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do every day for the people of this territory. This concludes our testimony. The team and I stand ready to respond to your questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Maria Brooks. Now we'll hear from the Executive Director of LEPC, Mr. Molito Smith, Jr.
Good morning. Greetings, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis, other members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, other members of the 36th Legislature, and members of the listening and viewing public. I am Molito A. Smith, Jr., Director, U.S. Virgin Islands Law Enforcement Planning Commission, better referred to as LEPC. I appear to speak in support of Governor Albert Bryan Jr.'s fiscal year FY26 budget appropriation request for LEPC in the amount of $734,766, which covers personnel in the amount of $731,053.03 and other charges in the amount of $3,712.97. This appropriation request represents the deletion of other services funding in its entirety from LEPC's FY 2025 budget appropriation request and the expressed intention of the Senate at that time to shift those costs to federal funds. Though well-intended, that action is considered as supplanting, which is strictly prohibited by the United States Department of Justice. Costs associated with supplanting are unallowable under federal rules and regulations. Further details on supplanting and the unallowable use of federal funds in such instances will be provided later in my testimony. Appearing with me are Ms. Avril Charles, LEPC's Director of Financial Services, and Ms. Sherry Abbott, Federal Programs Coordinator. Legal authority. LEPC's legal authority is derived from Virgin Islands Code Title III, Chapter 15, Section 16 of 2019. In summary, pursuant to Virgin Islands law, LEPC is the chief advisory entity to the governor and the state planning agency for the Virgin Islands for key criminal justice activities cited below. Among others, developing policies and plans, programs and budgets for improving coordination, administration, and effectiveness of the criminal justice system in the Virgin Islands, preparing criminal justice plans on behalf of the governor, based on an analysis of the Virgin Islands criminal justice needs and problems, establishing goals, priorities, and standards for the reduction of crime and delinquency and the improvement of the administration of justice in the Virgin Islands, recommended legislation to the governor and legislature in the criminal justice field, monitoring and evaluating programs, projects funded in whole or in part by the United States Virgin Islands government, aimed at reducing crime and delinquency and improving the administration of justice, and collecting from any government entity information, data, reports, statistics, or such material which is necessary to carry out the Commission's function. State Administering Agency. LEPC also serves as the State Administering Agency, or SAA, for the United States Department of Justice grant funds awarded to the territory from A, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, B, the Office of Victims of Crime, C, the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, D, the National History and Improvement Program. These funds support criminal justice agencies and community-based organizations to address law enforcement and criminal justice needs, juvenile justice delinquency, and victim services in the territory. As the SAA, LEPC is responsible for ensuring that all awarded funds are utilized in accordance to the code. LEPC presently administers 10 federal grant programs as followed: Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, or JAG, Edward Burns Memorial Discretionary Community Project Funding, Edward Byrne Memorial State Crisis Intervention Program Grant, John R. Justice Grant Program, Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Program, Prison Rape Elimination Act, Project Safe Neighborhoods. LEPC in this case serves as the fiscal agent, Residential Substance Abuse and Treatment, RSAT Program for State Prisoners, Violence Against Women's Act, Victims of Crime Act. Accomplishments since our last appearance on July 24th before this committee. Since our last appearance before the Senate Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance on July 24, 2024, LEPC has made significant strides in key areas of its responsibility: subawarding of federal grants, interagency coordination and data repository and justice systems gaps in behavioral health, training and technical support. Subawarding of federal grants. There is an accompanying chart which further outlines the activities around the grants. Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grants. Throughout that period, we closed out 2019, subawarded 2020, 2021, and 2022, and extensions through 9/30/2026 has been requested for and anticipated for 2022. Edward Byrne Memorial Discretionary Community Project. This project is in the preliminary project closeout process. Edward Byrne Memorial State Crisis Intervention Program. A requirement for access to this funding was, one, the establishment of a State Crisis Intervention Program Advisory Board, and two, the submission of a state plan approved by that advisory board, and three, at the approval of the state plan by the U.S. Department of Justice. The following actions have taken place. Establish the Virgin Islands State Crisis Intervention Program Advisory Board. The board received training on the requirements of the State Crisis Intervention Program and outlined key priority areas for the state plan. The board has adopted bylaws and is scheduled to convene in September 2025 to finalize the state plan for submission. John R. Justice Grant. We awarded the territory's first recipient of student loan repayment assistance. The 2021, 2022, and 2023 grants have been extended through 9/30/2026. Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. Funding for this program supports compliance with Federal Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act of 1974, as amended by the Juvenile Justice Reform Act of 2018. In addition to the statutory compliance monitoring of detention, holding, and residential facilities for adjudicated and non-adjudicated youth in the juvenile justice system, a key compliance requirement is the establishment of a Juvenile Justice State Advisory Group Board, better known as the SAG, that meets the composition requirement of the law. In January 2025 and May 2025, respectively, the terms of all SAG board members expired. In June 2025, Governor Bryan approved LEPC's request for the appointment and reappointment of SAG board members. The first meeting of the newly composed SAG board is scheduled for September 2025. Additionally, a federal field audit for compliance with the JJDP Act is scheduled for August 2025. Federal on-site compliance audits are required for all jurisdictions every 3 years. Please note the following. We closed out 2018, 2019, and 2020. Sub-award was issued for 2021. Extensions have been requested and is anticipated for 2021. Prison Rape Elimination Act. We sub-award was issued for 2023. Project Safe Neighborhood, or PSN. LEPC serves as the fiscal agent and SAA for this program. As such, LEPC facilitates the solicitation of applications, proposals, on behalf of the PSN committee. The PSN committee, through its selection committee, reviews the applications or proposals and recommends through LEPC applications or proposals for approval by the U.S. Department of Justice. Recommendations from the PSN committee must receive final approval from the United States Department of Justice as a precondition for receiving a subaward agreement. Please note the following. PSN committee has recommended applications, proposal for approval for 2020 and 2021. 2020 and 2021 proposal applications are currently in approval phase through the United States Department of Justice. Extensions for 2021 have been requested and are anticipated through 9/30/2026. 2022 and 2023 are currently under review by the PSN committee. Extensions to 9/30/2026 have been requested and anticipated for each. Residential Substance Abuse and Treatment for State Prisoners, or RSAT. Subawards have been issued for 2019 and 2020. Extension has been requested and anticipated for 2021. Violence Against Women Act, or VAWA. We closed out 2020. 2022 and 2023 have been extended till 12/31/2026. Subawards have been issued for 2022. 2023 and 2024 were placed on funding hold by the U.S. Department of Justice pending the GVI's submission of single audits for fiscal year 2020 and 2022, and 2023 to the Federal Clearinghouse. Victims of Crime Act, or VOCA. We closed out 2019 and 2020. 2021 extension has been requested and anticipated through 9/30/26. Subawards have been issued for 2022. Extension to 9/30/2026 have been requested and anticipated. 2023 and 2024 application proposals are currently before LEPC's review committee. Extensions to 9/30/2027 have been requested and anticipated for 2023. Key projects funded through LEPC. Funding provided through LEPC during this period supports important law enforcement and justice system initiatives, such as the following: upgraded radios, man-down system, residential substance abuse program, and reentry program for the Bureau of Corrections, temporary morgue unit for St. Croix, and critical equipment for the medical examiner's unit of the Department of Justice, 2 vehicles and training of key staff and judges of the Virgin Islands Judiciary, upgraded radios and communication system for the Enforcement Division of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, technology enhancements, critical equipment for the Marine Unit, and the installation of surveillance cameras with license plate readers in Frederiksted, St. Croix for the Virgin Islands Police Department, after school and summer programs territory-wide through 11 community-based nonprofit organizations with a crime prevention focus, 7 of whom are new subrecipients, critical services including sheltering, counseling, legal support, medical support, and other services to address victims of sexual assault and abuse, domestic violence, and physical abuse territory-wide, the hiring of 1 full-time temporary staff for 1 year by the Department of Human Services to support reducing the backlog of cases and claims with the Virgin Islands Criminal Victims Compensations Commission. Interagency coordination and data repository, justice systems gap in behavioral health. During this period, LEPC established a triannual Virgin Islands Criminal Justice Stakeholders Meeting, which convenes 3 times annually and is co-hosted by Governor Bryan and the LEPC Director, held at Government House St. Thomas or St. Croix, and attended by the Lieutenant Governor Roach. This meeting focuses on creating safer communities through collaborations that address gaps in the justice system, improve the collection and best use of justice system data, and connect resources that support current and future initiatives. Attendees are the heads of each agency in the Virgin Islands criminal justice system, including the following officials: the Attorney General, Chief Public Defender, Commissioner of Police, Director of Bureau of Corrections, Chief Justice of the Judiciary, Commissioner of Human Services, Commissioner of Health, Commissioner of Education, U.S. Attorney for the District of the Virgin Islands, Executive Director of the Office of Gun Violence, the University of the Virgin Islands, Eastern Caribbean Center and UVI Cell, Chairperson of the Virgin Islands Juvenile Justice State Advisory Group Board, and the Executive Director of the Police Officer Standards and Training Post. Work has been ongoing on key areas, including establishing a data warehouse, repository for the Virgin Islands, and implementing behavioral health interventions. Key technical assistance for this process has been provided by the National Criminal Justice Association, on which LEPC's director serves as a member of its advisory board. Through LEPC's relationship with NCJA, NCJA provided key support with subcommittees on data, as well as subcommittees on behavioral health gaps. Subcommittee reports on each topic were provided in March 2025, convening of the stakeholders meeting. The next convening of the stakeholders is scheduled for November 2025. Training and technical support. A key priority throughout this period was to strengthen the grant management and administration capacities of current and prospective subrecipients who receive or may receive funds through LEPC. The following training and technical assistance activities were provided by LEPC. 4 virtual information sessions on all aspects of applying for funding through LEPC were provided to over 200 persons. 4 days virtual training session was provided to approximately 85 persons per day on all aspects of US DOJ financial grants management by the Technical Assistance Group of the Chief Financial Officers of US DOJ. Training and technical assistance is ongoing and will continue to be a key priority. Key projects for FY 2026. The following are key projects for LEPC for FY 2026. Implement a victim notification system. Establish a crime data warehouse repository. Enhance LEPC's website. Current challenges. Supplanting of federal funds. The most significant challenge that LEPC faces relates to the FY 2025 budget appropriation approved by the 35th Legislature. In the FY 2025 appropriation, the 35th Legislature deleted other services funding with the expressed legislative intent of those funds being assumed exclusively by federal grants administered by LEPC. The deleted other services funding included funds to cover associated costs with the payment of rent, electricity and water, telephones, and janitorial services. During last year's budget hearing, LEPC advised that further discussion should occur prior to taking any action of this type. Unfortunately, discussions did not happen prior to the Senate's approval of the LEPC's FY 2025 budget appropriation. Although the United States Department of Justice allows the use of federal funds to cover utilities and rent as allowable costs, provided they are reasonable and necessary to the grant under U.S. DOJ rules, as cited in the U.S. DOJ Grants Financial Guide, as updated October 2024, and provisions of 2 Code of Federal Regulations, Part 200, which outlines the Unified Administrative Requirement, cost principles, and audit requirements for federal grants. Such costs must supplement, not supplant, local or state funds. According to this guidance, supplanting is the shift of state or local funds costs to federal funds based on the receiving or expecting to receive federal funds. It was made clear that it was the Senate's intent to remove all funding for other services outside of payroll funding, which is historically covered by non-federal local sources, from LEPC, thereby requiring those operational costs to be assumed by federal grants. This action meets the definition of supplanting, which is strictly prohibited. Furthermore, U.S. DOJ places the burden of proof on the recipient agency, in this case LEPC, in its capacity of the state administering agency and fiscal fiduciary, to provide and maintain clear documentation that any shift in funding was not the result of receiving or expecting to receive federal funds. This documentation must be maintained and available for audit or monitoring purposes. Nonetheless, no justifiable documentation exists other than the Senate's intent to remove all other costs outside of personnel, thereby requiring those costs to be assumed by federal grants. As a result of this action, LEPC has been unable to pay costs associated with rent, utilities, janitorial services, telephones, because these expenses are unallowable in this circumstance that cannot be paid by federal grants. Conversely, all funding to cover these expenses have been deleted from LEPC's FY 2025 appropriation. The need to resolve this matter has been brought to the attention of the Office of Management and Budget, which is working diligently to address it as a priority for FY 2025. LEPC respectfully requests the legislature restore the other services funding in the FY 2026 appropriation. The other challenge is the submission of FY 2022 and FY 2023 single audits to the Federal Clearinghouse. The submission of the FY 2022 and 2023 single audits to the Federal Clearinghouse is an emerging challenge. The U.S. Department of Justice Office of Victim Services Violence Against Women Act grant program has placed holds on accessing FY 2023 and FY 2024 funds pending the submission of single audits for 2023 and 2020, for 2022 and 2023. LEPC has been in ongoing communications with OMB, which is diligently working to resolve this matter. Fiscal year 2026 budget overview. Exhibit 1 below illustrates the breakdown of the 2026 fiscal year appropriation in the amount of $734,766 as follows. Personnel and fringe in the amount of $731,053.03, which covers costs associated with 9 budgeted positions. Other services charges in the amount of $3,712.97, which partially covers associated costs associated with telephones. Personnel listing. Fiscal year 2026 budget appropriation request $527,683.65 and in salaries and fringe benefits in the amount of $203,369.38 to cover costs of 9 budgeted positions. 7 positions are unclassified, 2 positions are classified non-union. The total budget costs for classified and non-classified positions is the total budget cost for classified non-union position is $72,405. The following pages exhibit summary of active grants. Summary 3 below is of active grants under the administration of LEPC. And that follows for the next 2 pages. I will yield not to read through them directly. It's followed by some supplemental exhibits which show the rental costs listing for FY26, as well as the contract listing for FY26. Our vehicle listing, which is supplemental exhibit 3, and our extending vendor obligations as of today, supplemental exhibit number 4. Closing remarks. In closing, though the legislature's actions may have been well intended regarding LEPC's FY 2025 budget appropriation, I strongly implore that the deleted other services funds be reinstated in the FY 2026 budget appropriation for LEPC. As many may be aware, the U.S. Department of Justice has placed LEPC on high-risk status in 2012 because of serious irregularities involving the oversight and use of federal grant funds, to include the U.S. DOJ mandating that the territory reimburse almost $1 million of unallowable costs that were paid by federal grant funds. Over the years, including under my stewardship, LEPC has made giant steps in removing that high-risk status, as well as ensuring that the relationship with the United States Department of Justice remains sound and transparent. Maintaining this relationship by making sure that the territory remains in compliance with U.S. DOJ rules, regulations, and special conditions pertaining to the administering and managing of federal grants awarded through LEPC are among the highest priority, particularly in light of the increased level of scrutiny by federal granting agencies on the use of federal funds. I thank the diligent staff of LEPC for their extraordinary professionalism and competence in supporting initiatives that strengthen community safety. Additionally, I commend members of the Virgin Islands law enforcement and justice communities, as well as the community-based stakeholder organization, for their dedication, commitment, and ongoing efforts, despite the challenges. Special commendation to LEPC's 2025 Employee of the Year, Ms. Earle Charles. Her commitment and diligence have been important to LEPC. Special thanks to the Office of the Governor, Department of Finance, and the Office of Management and Budget for their ongoing support. I am grateful to the Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance for providing this opportunity to appear on behalf of LEPC's fiscal year 2026 budget appropriation request. This concludes my written testimony, and I await any questions that may arise from the committee.
Thank you very much, Executive Director Molito Smith Jr., for your testimony. And at this time, we'll take a 2 minutes. Well, before we take a 2 minutes recess, I want to join in commending the Employee of the Year, first of all, for the Virgin Islands Police Department, Mr. Johnny Cornelius, Auxiliary Officer Johnny Cornelius, as well as Officer Sharon Beecham. Beercham. What's how you say it?
Beecham.
Beecham.
Yeah.
I also want to recognize the Employee of the Year for LEPC, Miss Avril Charles as well. Congratulations and best wishes and continued work. We have to recognize those individuals that go above and beyond the call of service, so we truly appreciate that. At this time, we'll take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll come back. We'll open up the floor for discussion. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess for 2 minutes. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record and out of recess. Again, I want to thank the Virgin Islands Police Department Commissioner Maria Brooks, as well as the Law Enforcement Planning Commission Executive Director Molito Smith Jr. for their testimonies. I wanted to start off with you, Commissioner Brooks, in respect to the funding that you have under your purview. From my calculation, you're juggling about $132,326,799. You have, of course, the budget of $73 million, and then you have an additional $58.9 million in federal and local funding associated with it. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So $132 million. I don't want to ever hear you say you don't got the money. That's a lot of money. All right. But on the serious side, that is a lot of funding, and I'm hoping that you're able to really we could talk about what some of the challenges may be or the barriers in being able to expend this funding again to make sure that you continue to be effective in your role and responsibility. You represent the Virgin Islands Police Department, that is, represent the third largest agency within the central government. Of course, we have Department of Education first, Human Services second, and of course, the Virgin Islands Police Department is third. So tell me, in your 2025 appropriation allotments, have you received all of your funds to date?
Yes, Senator. Thank you for the question. We have received all of our funds.
Okay. And have you been notified of any federal funding clawbacks? Anything that challenge your federal monies at this time?
Just issues as it relates to infrastructure, FEMA type grants, those types of concerns we have.
Anyone in specific that you're
So we were recently notified of the Patrick E. Sweeney. There's an issue there that we're working on towards with the wind testing. So we actually have to put in an appeal to that specific program to get the funds released. But there is opportunity for us to rectify that situation.
And that's the Patrick E.
Sweeney
headquarters in St. Croix.
Yes.
Okay, so you're working through the getting that for reconsideration,
Yes.
or to provide the detailed information that's requested to address that.
So I have Director Hughes. Dr. Hughes here. He could give you more details as it relates to exactly what they're requiring of us. But we're in the appeal process, and we're going to work through that process to get that situation rectified. Director Hughes.
I mean, that suffices for now.
Okay.
If we need any additional information, we could query it. But obviously, there is an appeal process going
Yes.
through right now, so we don't want to hamper that.
Yes.
So, vendors payment. How much do you owe in aggregate of vendors payment?
$2 million. $2 million.
$2 million. And how age is it? Yeah, please put your name and title on the record, please, as you speak.
Sandra Webster, CFO.
How age is
Yes,
the
I have the age.
vendor's payment?
Yeah. The total is $2,134,814. We have current 900.
Get a little closer to the mic, CFO
sorry.
Webster. Yes.
$2,134,814 is our total. Current, we have 913,580. 30 to 60, we have 324, 625. 60 to 90, 408,832. And 90 and over, 495,775.
Okay. And what's the level of conversation with OMB, Department of Finance, in respect to these vendors' payment?
These are the payments that are at the Department of Finance for payment. Those are getting paid as funding become available.
but we have stuff that over 120 days in some instances. There was a commitment previously by the governor that we have taken care of everything over 90 days. So what's happening in that space that we still have, and what is the conversation with OMB and finance about making sure that we prioritize this payment? Let me ask you another question. How have the lack of these vendors' payment affected your ability to provide service to this community?
So thank you for the question, Senator. It has in fact impacted our operation to some extent. However, we've been able to work through those. We submit a top 10 priority list on a weekly basis. And based on that, if there is a vendor that is pending outside of the window, sometimes it just requires a phone call to the commissioner to process that payment through. But it does in fact impact our operations from time to time.
And help me to understand, despite you receiving your budget allotments, why are you still having such a delta within your payments for vendors?
I would say a myriad of reasons, Senator. But it's not for the lack of pushing those payments through. Because we have a level of checks and balances, but when there are opportunities or situations where our personnel have been delayed in submitting those payments, we do address that right off the top. We start in-house. We can't rely on another agency if we're not submitting our payments on time. So we have to jump on that first and foremost. So we start internally, ensure that all our payments are up to date. We have our checks and balances. They go through our CFO to ensure that all those payments are up to date. And when they're not, then we address it up front to ensure that those payments are submitted based on the time frames that we have in place.
Okay. What is your revenues collected to date?
Today we have
Put your name on it. Put your name on it.
Sandra Webster, CFO, $730,507.
And how is that in comparison to the same time last year, 2024?
2024 we had 675,213.
So you've seen an increase.
Yes.
This is representing an increase. Are you able to make your projected revenues based on, we have 2 more months? Are you able, a little less than 2 months, are you able to meet your projection?
Yes.
Okay. Real quickly, before I open up and then come back, I wanted to ask you, Mr. Molito Smith, in respect to your vehement assertion that the 35th legislature had not provided or deleted your operating expenses, other services amount. How much is that? How much was that amount?
Thank you for the question. I'll direct that to Ms. Charles, if she may.
Good morning. Give me just a second.
Morning. Okay. And while Ms. Charles is looking for that information, how much in indirect costs do you receive for managing these various grants?
Yeah, none of our grants receive indirect costs.
None of them?
None of them.
Good morning, Earle Charles, Fiscal Director. The amount was $107,190.
$107,190. And none of your grants also allows for administrative costs, you're saying?
Yeah, most of the grants allow for administrative costs. The challenge in this circumstance is that the use of any of the federal funds have to supplement, not supplant. By deleting the entire category and requesting that it be replaced exclusively with federal funds meets the definition of supplanting. We have taken this up the chain to the U.S. DOJ Chief Financial Officer, who provided that guidance to us to support the assertion I made today.
So, do you have documentation to that extent?
Not with me here, but I can provide that for you.
Please submit those documentation. 1 second, colleagues. And in respect to that, again, the administrative costs or the fact that there is no budget item listed there, you're saying that that's what drive the decision of supplanting?
The decision, yes, because if there were, at that time, even if there was a reduction in the cost based on justifiable reasons, and there would have been some degree of justification for us to look at supplanting that, supplementing those funds through administrative costs. But because they were taken out in its entirety with the intention for it to be replaced 100% by federal funds, that's what draws the unallowable use question.
Were you asked to make your case, or were you given an opportunity to make your case that, in fact, traditionally this has always been what has been required for operators? Because you have to pay rent. Those items that you have indicated that you are unable to do is normal.
Yeah, we have been working. Thank you. We've been working directly with OMB, and it is in the process, I believe, of doing some type of appropriation, addressing it through an appropriation through the legislature. The responses that we got from the U.S. DOJ, technical assistance, the financial group, is that, number one, based on the definition, based on the scenario, it meets the definition of supplanting. Okay. They requested three options. One is to request the reappropriating of the funds. Two would be to seek legal advice regarding that. And the third would be to try and appeal to the feds, which is highly unlikely under this climate, particularly given the most recent presidential Trump executive order that is requests the restricting of administrative costs for facilities and other types of operations. So that's where we are.
So prior to the 35th legislature action, you were able to utilize a grant to pay for these services?
No, we've never utilized grant funds to pay for utilities, pay for any of these type of costs. Those costs were always strictly and historically under other services costs.
Okay. Senator Carla Joseph, Senator James, you recognize for your point of information.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to follow up on your line of questioning regarding supplanting. I see that there's a sentence that says such costs must supplement and not supplant.
Correct.
Is there a percentage associated with what would be considered supplementing or supplanting? Is there a percentage, for example, if it's 50, can it be 50-50? Or does it have to be more 70-30?
There's no cost match associated with our grant. So
not a match.
Yes.
The word is supplement. Supplement means then that you can have federal funds supplementing local funds for these costs. So my question is, what was the definition of supplement then?
There is no percentage outlined in either the 200 CFR or in the Federal Financial Guide for DOJ. So there is no percentage that is codified or identified or written into the guidance.
But if you can supplement with federal funds, did you find out how much of federal funds can supplement local funds so that we don't use all local funds?
I can get that information back to you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Joseph, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow up on both of the previous speakers' discussion here relative to the supplanting and your definition as well as your identification of the supplanting. Straightforward. Do you have a cost allocation plan with your cognizant agency, which would be the U.S. Department of Justice, regarding the expenditure of administrative and indirect cost? Yes or no?
It's not a yes or no
Yes,
response.
it is.
No,
Yes,
it's not.
it is. It's a yes or no answer. Do you have it in place? That's a yes or no answer.
We do not receive indirect costs, so there wouldn't be a cost
So
allocation plan.
none of your, I said administrative, I'm sorry, administrative costs.
The administrative costs are broken down by the grants. Some grants are 3%, some are 5%, and some are as much as 10%.
Okay, but then.
But there's not a cost allocation formula that
Okay.
applies to the grants.
And there typically can be a cost allocation plan. I don't know if your cognizant agency has asked you for that. And I've had relationships with the U.S. Department of Justice, and I've been stressing it to all of OMB as well, that you need to develop that cost allocation plan, because the legislature and our general fund doesn't have sufficient funding to cover some of these costs that are spread all around. Costs including your electricity, costs including, which are allowable, also your lease. Those are costs that can be absorbed by your administrative costs. So do you or do you not have, or have they asked you for a cost allocation plan?
Thank you for the question again. And again, we do not, our grants do not require a cost allocation plan because we do not receive indirect costs. The use, and I mentioned it initially, the use of administrative costs, generally speaking, for these type of costs are allowable if they supplement. The challenge we have in this circumstance is that the entire line items were deleted from the budget, and therefore we can't apply that because it's not supplementing.
Okay. All right. So that gives, but then we need to know how much we need to provide. And that's why I'm asking and stressing about that cost allocation plan, because we would need to know how much the federal government can supply for us to fund. Not to give you the whole thing, because we are looking at Department of Police having a shortage on getting their money. They have invoices over 100 days. That means the general fund doesn't have cash flow. That's what it means. You don't have cash flow. And so we need cash flow. We need the federal government to take their part, and you need to get a cost allocation
Senator.
plan. Thank you. I'm sorry to go on a tirade. Thank you.
Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please recognize the mic of Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Brooks, in regards to receiving all your fund that Mr. Chair asked for the vendors, do you have all your funding? So do you have all your funding that will be able to pay for these vendors? It just hasn't been allocated yet?
Correct.
So you have the money already?
We have the funds.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I don't know that I was clear.
No?
I don't know that I was clear.
Let me go one time again. So based on the your total, you say 200,000, I think it is, owed to rent, 2 million or 200,000?
2 million.
2 million, right. Do you have that $2 million to cover those allotments, to pay for it? They may be encumbered, you got all your money. Do you have all the money to cover that $2 million to pay those vendors?
Sandra Webster, CFO. That $2 million that I referred to are amounts that have already been liquidated and our Department of Finance are awaiting payment. So we have already pretty much paid them through our system, the allotments that are available to us. We've made the payments. We're just awaiting the final check to be printed.
Okay, so you don't really owe them like that. Okay, I got it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got it.
So all of that is predicated on the availability of cash, cash flow. All right. Senator Viola, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I wasn't going to go on VIP, I was going to go to LEPC, but you have the $2 million on paper, but you don't, when you submit that payment to Department of Finance, if they don't have sufficient funding, then those vendors await payment. So despite the fact that they're saying that they have allocated that $2 million to VIPD, in actuality, the monies haven't been paid. You did your part, but the vendors are still owed. So that is still outstanding.
Correct.
And that's throughout government overall. Every single department that has come here has clearly said we submitted to finance, and finance is juggling, and I'm sure they're asking you for priority lists and all of that. So all of that is going on because of the cash flow issues. But LEPC, how are you paying your rent and utilities now for FY25? How are those payments being made?
Yeah, thank you, Senator, for requesting that information. In our case, our utilities is paid through our landlord.
Okay. How are you paying?
So it's not being paid. The landlord has been working with us with the understanding that OMB will be submitting an adjustment request for this money. So it has to be paid.
Hold up.
Yes.
So your landlord has not been paid for FY25?
Correct.
And right now, what is the outstanding amount?
The total outstanding as it relates, well, the total outstanding overall is $88,947, of which, how much of that is related to?
About 80,000.
About 80,000 of that is related to rental costs.
Now, young lady,
Rent and utilities.
What's the next 8,000? You said 88,000.
Yeah, the next is for miscellaneous costs related to janitorial service, phone maintenance, and the like, primarily janitorial service and phone maintenance.
So you spoke to the OMB director?
We've had several communications, and yes, I have spoken to him.
What was the result of those communications?
The final result was that the appropriation request should be coming to the legislature at some point soon, around this time.
So OMB told you that they're going to make an appropriation request to the legislature for the outstanding balance that you owed?
That's what we were told, yes.
And you're requesting that additionally for FY26, that amount be restored in the budget?
We have requested it and also submitted a supplemental budget to accommodate that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I think that'll take care of the point of information. So right now, I'll go ahead and open up the floor to a 6-minute round. Senator Marvin Blyden, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, listening viewing audiences, staff, central staff. Good morning, Commissioner Brooks, Assistant Commissioner Santos, good morning, Executive Director Smith, and all other professionals on the management team there. And thank you so much for your testimony.
Good morning.
Testimonies. Let me go to the post-audit report for the police department. Ms. Webster, good morning. Go to page. Let me start at page 3. I get this for the commissioner. In respect to the 200 cameras, in terms of installation, that's 90% completed. What the completion date? In respect to those cameras, it's very important.
So as far as dates, we don't have a locked-in date.
Anticipated completion.
Anticipated completion. Director Tweed.
Specifically, please.
Yes, he's directly involved with that project.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning, Kishana Tweed, Director of...
Please recognize the mic of Senator. Speak into the mic, please.
Good day, Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. We anticipate this project will be completed by the end of the year, December of this end of this year.
Very well, and don't be afraid of the mic, you know. Okay, page 5. Yeah, Ms. Webster. In respect to page 5, right, on the personal services, there's a 124% discrepancy on the supplies. In 24, fiscal year 24, it's 2.2 million, 25, 3.9 million, and anticipated for 26, it's 4.8 million watts. It has gradually increased tremendously, which is at $931,000 difference for 2026 fiscal year. Why such a large amount in terms of supply? What's going on? You have a new program, you have a new initiative. What's the reason for such a large increase when it comes to supplies?
You're referring to the 3.8 in supplies in the 2025 budget compared to the 2026?
Yes, which is $931,000 difference. Why?
So according to the report, that 60 in fiscal year 2026, all of the miscellaneous budgets have been broken out.
Okay.
Our actual budget is the 73,339,967. Those items, the 2,615,068, is included in that amount already. So that brings that total supplies amount to. Last year, it was $4,764,000, and this year, it's $4,787,675.
Okay, thank you so much for that explanation. Let me go to page 6, though. For the $100,000 for credit card expenses, how much has been expended thus far this year for credit card expenses to date?
I don't have the figure for the credit card expenses in itself, but the other services, we've spent, also our credit cards, and other items are included in that amount. So far to date, we've spent, just 1 second, give me the piece of paper. So far today, we've spent other services, 229,274 in our other services. That includes our credit card. The reason it looks like it's a difference is because the credit card has been broken out separately for recording purposes.
Okay.
So it looks like we have a unspent per year payment. But it's because it's been reclassified from other services specifically.
Very well. Go to page 13. Turn on my mic a little, please. Go to page 13. Thank you. On the federal grants, there are many federal grants that have balances, right? And I know some have been requested to be expended, right? But I'm going to speak to a couple that have not been touched, and I believe that they are important. I wanted to know the reason why we have not tapped into those funds thus far, because some of them expire in September of this year. You have one that expires September 30th for $146,000 that have not been touched. For media communications, you have another one for, occupant protection program. That's another one for $191,000. What's going on with these federal grants that have not been touched, that's about to expire? What's the reason for not tapping into those funds? Is it staffing? What the issue? You got many grants here listed that have not been touched at all, and about to expire. And when were they? They were from 2024, so I guess it's just a year. But what the reason?
Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway
Please recognize the mic.
Which one specifically is he referring to?
Page 13. Page 13, yeah.
Daphne O'Neill, Director of Office of Highway Safety. These grants are 2025 grants.
24. Effective 24 to 25.
Right, so they're fiscal year 2025 grants. And what you have here is a slow process of getting the budgets online and getting the spending accounted for. So here it is, you have this report, but spending has happened. We continue to wait to get our payments to our vendors and to get the payments processed in the system. So although you're seeing here on this report for the post-audit report, thus far we have spent from those grants, because those fall under NHTSA grants, we have already expended over $500,000 of those funds.
Any of these grants that's listed, we get a lot.
Yes.
Including those that have not even been touched, in jeopardy of being
1 minute
returned?
No,
Or
for
recaptured?
these grants that are listed that you're referring to, these NHTSA grants, whatever unused balance is there rolls forward to fiscal year 2026.
Okay, very well. It's important that none of these funds are recaptured. Let me go to the testimony right quick before my time is called. Commissioner Page, in your testimony, you spoke to 564 arrests. Do you have a breakdown in terms of the numbers, in terms of what was major crime, gun, petty crimes, etc.? Do you have a report that you can give to the chair, so we can see exactly
30 seconds.
what it's looking like when it comes to the arrests?
Yes, Senator, we can provide that to you through the chair.
Okay, very well. And also on page 5, well, you're in the numbers, but you also spoke to the Real Crime Center personnel project for $616,000. Do you have a mobile unit at this time that's being utilized or not being utilized? Do you have a mobile unit?
We have one mobile unit that's in the St. Croix district.
Is it being utilized?
It is.
On a regular basis?
It is, yes.
Okay, very well. And tell me about this, the anti-crime.
Time.
Tell me about the Crime Center personnel project. What that entails.
So the Real-Time Crime Center is something that's a project we've been targeting for quite some time. We are finally seeing materialization of the project. We identified a funding source as well as a vendor. We went through the process. We have a vendor in place. I testified to that vendor currently now. The contract is signed. That vendor now is proceeding with the build-out of the furniture, the necessary equipment that will occupy the 2 rooms in either district. That will be identified as our real-time crime center. So we're targeting, if all goes according to plan, by the beginning of next quarter, hopefully we'll be online with those two centers.
And in closing, Mr. Chair, if I may, your 1.5 Department of Insular Affairs funding for the expansion of the civilian cameras. What's the status of that?
That's the program that the director spoke of. The program that the director spoke of that we anticipate completion by the end of this calendar year.
Thank you so much for your response, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Point of information, Senator Earle.
You have me on? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Media, can you turn up the mics, please? The mics are extremely low. Have the mics turned up. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's way better. Ms. Webster, you said that the miscellaneous is rolled into which section?
All the supplies and other services category, they don't have any personnel, but they're rolled into, so all the supplies are rolled up into the 73 million, and all the other services are rolled up in the 73 million for all of those miscellaneous budgets. They're actually included in our total general fund budget.
So the police athletic league, 65,000 is included in the other services?
That's 73 million, yes.
Okay, so then the amount is wrong. Because if you look at the 75,955,000, it includes the 2.6 of the miscellaneous. So then you're going to have to subtract that 2.6 when we do in the budget because it's actually over by 2 million. And I just wanted to say in reference to these grants and rollover and extension, in this present political climate, if anyone believes that it's just okay for grants to roll over, you're sadly mistaken because those monies will be taken away. So you need to spend the money. Because it's the same excuse for the last 8 years. You need to spend the money. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Earle. Ms. Oni, real quickly, can you speak to what is the difficulties or the barriers experienced in this slow, what you have described as a slow process of funding being placed online?
The process is, there are changes within the units that handle these processes, and there's a training component involved. And things are just moving a little slower with getting the budgets online, or was moving a little slower getting budgets online. And then we get to the spending. We go through the procurement process, and sometimes that takes a bit longer than we believe is necessary, but we have to abide by it. And then we go to the processes that we have to go to get a check. And we have to make sure that we do the drawdowns before the check is released from finance. And that is in itself, that lengthens the process as opposed to what we used to have to do previously. And we are trying to spend the money as fast as possible. And we can only do it as fast as we get back the approvals from procurement and get the checks issued from the Department of Finance.
So we find ourselves in a catch-22 position. I mean, how do we then appeal or sound the alarm in terms of this slow process? Because if the money remains there, it's subjected to be, again, clawback. And on the other side of it, we're not. It's a slow process. So how do we really sound the alarm in respect to what we're experiencing?
Well, we sound the alarm by notifying our funding agencies, and we develop a great relationship with them, and we let them know exactly what we're going through, because I think they're aware that there are pressures.
How does that again accelerate the process by being able to get them?
Because again, when these funds are allotted, because we're a territory, it expires within 2 years or 3 years. And so we do try to spend as much as possible, but again, what is left, we roll forward. We are not as worried, not that we're not worried, we are not as worried as some of the other agencies that get funding from other federal agencies, because these are locked in.
Okay. And Commissioner, I know that I heard Ms. Tweed make reference to the cameras being completed by the end of the year, but again, this is an awesome opportunity for us to have additional crime fighting arsenal. Are the current cameras operational, and are you satisfied what they're able to do at this point?
Yes, Senator. I'm satisfied with what we currently have. I'll be honest with you, Senator. We've done a poor job of notifying the public as exactly the impact that the cameras have been towards in solving crimes and alleviating some of the issues that we've been having, because the cameras have in fact supported us in a myriad of cases that we've had. We recently had a meeting with the vendor to ensure that we had the necessary maintenance program in place, because and being as transparent as I always am with you, there were some issues where the cameras were not initially being monitored. We were only utilizing them when in fact something occurred in the area. And since we put measures in place, have personnel to monitor those cameras on a regular basis. So we have things like trees and we're going up in front of the cameras. Some of the cameras, even if they go out, we don't find out until when we do need the camera. So as we put measures in place, we've recently put measures in place to address that. And part of the maintenance plan is that the vendor will in fact support us by going out to the field and ensuring that those camera lenses are clean, those cameras are pointed in the right directions that we need them to be pointed. We've initiated training for our personnel so that those individuals, we don't rely on one or two individuals to pull the data when in fact we don't need that type of data. We have a myriad of individuals that can in fact go to those rooms and pull the data as needed based on situation. Okay. So yes, I'm quite satisfied with where we are now. We're going to get better. We could get better, and we will get better at it as we add more cameras to the system.
Very well. I just continue to implore you to make sure that you're prioritizing this, because if we're going to really make an inroads and impact in crime, we have to utilize technology to help us to be able to achieve that.
Yes, indeed.
A point of information, Senator Fonseca had a point of information.
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Quickly, Commissioner Brooks, actually it's line 52 to 54. You said you got 338,786 from the Law Enforcement Plan Commission. Since LEPC is here, I'm trying to track which grant did that come from? Which grant?
Those funding came out of JAG, the Edward Byrne Memorial JAG funding. I believe those were.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
They were 21 and 22 JAG funding.
Senator, thank you. Senator Joseph, Carla Joseph, you have a point of information?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to just piggyback on your questioning of the highway.
Office of Highway Safety.
Office of Highway Safety. Kindly indicate, because this is a budget hearing, but the procedures affect the budget. Okay, and you mentioned a slow process. Do you or do the executive branch have a policy in place which clearly states how quickly these grants are supposed to get in line, so that you could send that to your cognizant federal agency and how quickly you can get this money. Because all of those things need to be put in place so you could get your money and be online so that you are not having this backlog and this slow pace. It has to have some timeline to get them online. How quickly, when you submit a invoice, do you get your check and with all the approvals? What's the timeline?
Daphne O'Neill, Office of Highway Safety. It varies, but I will average it between entering the invoice in the ERP system and getting a check generated without any type of questions, et cetera, it can vary from 2 days to 20 days. Correct.
That is not good. I'm sorry. But 20 days payment is okay. 20 days within 30 days is fine. Okay? Maximum should always be 30 days payment after you enter it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. And just for my colleagues, the point of order, we had Senator Blyden already, then we have Senator Violet, Senator Frederick, Senator Fonseca, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Maurice James. Senator Violet, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at these federal grants, and somehow it's the same story from 8, 9 years ago. It's always an excuse as to why we can't spend the monies in the Office of Highway Safety. About 10 of these grants, 13, 14, 15 of these grants expire 9/30/2025. Some of the grants, the entire amount remain unspent. Planning and Administration Project, we received $265,000, we spent $256,000, we spent $9,000. Commercial Vehicle Safety Plan, $586,000, we spent $531,000, we spent about $55 million. You could just go down, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars left in grant this year, and we're listening to excuses and saying it's going to roll over to the next year, and that is okay. But this is the same situation every single year. It doesn't change. So monies that we have to make our streets safer, we're not spending. Traffic records, OEMS, data support project, $44,000, we spent $34,000. Traffic records program, $238,000, we spent $145,000. All these monies expiring this year. And if we believe that, it's going to roll over next year. Didn't you read the executive order yesterday? You guys are aware of the executive order that came down from the president? You think that these monies can just be sitting here, waiting for us not spending the money and trying to give some lame justification of not spending the money year in and year out? You go to LEPC. I'm reading the testimony and I'm just like, this can't be true. Edward Byrd Memorial Justice Grant, sub-awarded 2020, 2021, and 2022. Extension through 9/30/2026 has been requested and anticipated for 2022, for 4 years ago. You move on to the John R. Justice Grant Program, sub-award issued for 2021, extension to 9/30/2026 have been requested and anticipated. How are you anticipating that they are going to grant your request for you not doing what you were supposed to do?
Thank you for your inquiry, Senator. The ones that have been requested and anticipated are those that we've already been in contact with our federal program folks.
Why do we have to request extension instead of spending the money to the sub-grantees, all of the nonprofits? Why are we continuously requesting extension?
When I came on board, Senator, the grants were backed up to 2018. So what we've done last year is we really put out about 10 solicitations. We've sub-awarded those amounts. Some of those that we've already been in contact with and we are anticipating, sub-awards have already been issued for those.
Have they received the monies?
The monies are on a reimbursement, so we are doing requests for funds consistently through now. So in some instances, yes, they received the sub-award, but they're on a reimbursement basis, so they wouldn't get the money up front.
We have hundreds of thousands of dollars that's not being spent. Again, it date back to 21, 22. Monies that could be utilized to improve services. And everything can come out of the general fund when we have access to federal dollars that are supposed to be utilized, and we're not using it. I gotta put fire and I need people to get these monies spent. It cannot continue like this. I'm seeing highlights of key projects funded by LEPC. Temporary morgue unit for St. Croix. Bodies still being flown to St. Thomas. We ain't got a morgue. So we might have this on paper, but we don't have anything. And when we have federal dollars that can be utilized, we need to utilize it. Now I'll go to public safety. I heard the discussion in reference to the in-car solution. I'm happy for that. When are you going to have it fully implemented? Because this is very important. In-car solution. So what is that contract and when is it going to be implemented?
Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems. This contract was just signed in June, so we have a year to get this project completed. We're going to start with 40 vehicles from VIPD. That will be the pilot project. We're just waiting on the equipment to get shipped to the vendor, and then we start with installation.
So what's your target date? I know we have a year, but what's your target date?
So right now, I don't have a target date right now before the end of the project.
Speak into the mic.
Right now, we don't have a target date right now, based on we have till the end of the year, the 1 year to finish a project. So we anticipate having this project completed before June of next year.
Okay, well, but what are you telling the vendor in terms? I want it done by X date. You gotta give them timelines and all.
I do. Hold on, Senator. Let me look for that information. I'll get it to you.
Okay. And this is going to be installed in all police vehicles?
We're starting with 40 vehicles, Senator. Commissioner Brooks.
2020? What?
Correct.
Okay. And you believe that overall
Well, actually 18, 2 on St. John.
So you're still missing
Sorry, 4 on St. John. Yeah. Say again?
You're missing 2 more.
Sorry, 4 on St. John. Sorry, 4 on St. John. Yeah.
You're up to 38, but I got that's minuscule.
Yeah.
So you believe that this is going to help you in terms of efficiency and management?
Yes.
Okay. And you're going to be actually tracking that data?
Yes. So we have several of the vehicles that we're in test mode. So what it provides is the vehicles will have their own internet access. They have the capability to complete their reports while in the field, submit them in, and the officers, the supervisors can then check those reports while officers in the field. The goal is to actually have the police unit as an actual mobile office for the officers while they're out in the field.
How are the chiefs able to know where every unit is presently? Are you able to ascertain that information to know if something is happening in Frederickson, that you know exactly which unit is in Frederickson, that you could call a unit? Do you have access to that type of information?
Yes. So we just completed the training, base training for the GPS solution that is inside the vehicles at the current time.
So you presently have the GPS solution?
Yes.
Then the chief then come and
Yes.
30 seconds.
Yes. Chief Cornelius is eager to jump on the mic.
No, you take you on a press conference. Find a seat and sit down someplace. We can't have you intimidated as standing up. You sit down before you speak.
Good day, Senator. Houston Cornelius, St. Croix District, but it goes along the whole territory. We had a display of the system in progress this week, and we can say we are able to sit and monitor from our laptop or phone where the vehicles are that are attached to the system. So if a vehicle is in Frederickson, we can see it. If it's in Christiansted, we can see it.
Okay, but Key, you say that are attached to the system. All police vehicles attached to the system.
As you heard the commissioner say, we have 18, 18, and 4.
Okay.
So the 18 right now in the Big Island, we can see those 18. Likewise, St. Thomas, St. John. So we're able to see it live.
And that is a result of the in-car solution contract?
Yes.
Okay, so if you have 18 now, Mr. Chair, I'll conclude. If you have 18 that's presently working, Why such a long time to get a rest installed?
So Senator, the 18 that he speak that the good chief spoke of are the newer vehicles that we just brought online. But we do have the older vehicles that are in the system. You can see them. We can even see vehicles that are not operable, vehicles in the motor pool and so forth. Once a vehicle has that data connection to the company that we're utilizing, which is Fleet Complete, then we can actually see the vehicle. So we do have a couple additional older vehicles that are in fact in the system. But what the chief is alluding to are the actual new units that we just placed on the road. Those are the ones that he's alluding to.
Okay, but the plan overall is that
Every vehicle.
whether it's new, old, in
Every
between,
vehicle.
everything is going to be
Every
installed.
single vehicle, including mine.
So I would recommend that you speed up
Yeah.
the full implementation, because this is going to help with efficiency, management, overtime, etc. You really need to bring it online so that we could be at the same level of other police departments throughout the nation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Earle. As a matter of fact, the legislature installed their GPS over a weekend. So all our vehicles in the legislature now is also able to be tracked. And that was done over a weekend. Before I go to the point of information, where we're talking about new vehicles, do you have a status update on those vehicles that have been sitting over at property and procurement for the last 2 years?
The vehicles have been distributed out. The last shipment went to St. Croix, was sent to St. Croix about a week ago. They were just pending registration on St. Croix, and they'll be released to the department here in short order.
So when I flying over tomorrow or later this afternoon, I'm going to be seeing a vehicle park up at property and procurement.
You should not see any, sir.
I should not see any.
Yes.
I'll call you if I see.
Please do.
Thank you. Point of information, Senator DeGraff, you recognize.
Commissioner, how long did it take to get those 40 vehicles completed?
Quite some time.
Can that timeline be cut down tremendously?
Yeah, so those previous vehicles that came in were retrofitted locally, and that was where we really hit a real wall when it comes to getting those vehicles on the road. So any subsequent vehicles that we're ordering now will be retrofitted on the mainland when they receive here. When we receive them here, it's just a matter of BIT programming the radios and we put them back on the street.
So the vehicles spoke about by Mr. Chair that were parked up in property procurement, they would be...
Those are the ones that were retrofitted here locally.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Before I go to the point of information from Senator Fonseca real quick, in regards, is there a contract that's now monitoring this GPS system, or is something that's done in-house?
Yes, we have a standing contract with a company. Director Tweed, you could speak some more in depth to that with Fleet Complete.
Yeah, so we have a Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. We have an agreement with AT&T, which is the vendor that we utilize for the Fleet Complete GPS solution. The in-car camera solution, we have a different vendor for that. That is SmartNet that will be doing that project.
And what's the cost of that contract?
So, Senator, while she's getting those numbers, I want to add that this software is key to our operation because we can monitor the fuel consumption and when the vehicles are idling, where they are, even when they're off, we can track those vehicles. So it's a quite detailed software that we're utilizing on these vehicles going forward.
All right, we'll go on with the point of information and then come back and get that amount on the contract. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to follow up on a line of questioning from our majority leader from St. Croix. I asked you, Commissioner, on line 52 to 54, you acknowledge receiving the $338,786 funding from LEPC, and Director Smith told me that was JAG 2021 and 2022. Now I'm looking at the report from LEPC, and I'm seeing the 2022 JAG was $229,095.85, but I don't see where the police commissioners acknowledge receiving that 229. So, Police Commissioner, where do you acknowledge that fund in your report?
Florence Clearsant, Director of Federal Grants. The $338,786 is specifically from the 2021 JAG only. That is a fund funding that we had from a prior year. We have additional funding from LEPC to include VAWA funding also.
Okay,
but
good.
That specific dollar amount is 2021 JAG.
Yes, okay, and you acknowledge that. But now LEPC, you're reporting 229 095 85 to the Virgin Islands Police Department. Can you explain that?
Through the chair, that monies that we were just awarded was awarded through our FY 2022 JAG for the purpose of camera system and so forth in Frederickstead, as well as some additional equipment for the VIPD Marine Unit. So that was awarded. And
so VIP, you have received that 229. Where in your report
they have received the
do you
award.
say you've received that funds? Tell me which page. Where do you refer to that? Because you acknowledge the 338 received from LEPC, but I don't see where you acknowledge the $229,095. Where do you acknowledge that?
Florence Clareson, Director of Federal Grants. That funding was recently received, just maybe a week or two ago.
So you come into this legislature receiving $229,000 and you have not updated the report. That's not acceptable. $229,000 is a lot of money.
Which report are you referring to that was not updated?
I am referring to LEPC is saying they've given this money to you on their report, $229,095.85 from the JAG 22. You also received JAG 21 monies, and you've acknowledged that JAG 21, which was the $338,786. You've acknowledged that on line 52. But you have not acknowledged the 229. But now the explanation is that you have not included it in your report, so you'll update that.
It was included in the testimony, Senator. It is in our report.
Where in the testimony?
It's not included in the testimony,
It's
Senator.
not in the
No, it's not in the testimony. No.
Okay. Thank you,
But
Mr.
it is
Chair.
in the report.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Good catch. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mike, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Good morning, listening and viewing audience. My office and, of course, central staff here at the legislature. It's a privilege to be here today to sit down and discuss law enforcement. I want to start off with Director Smith. If you can, in the testimonies you spoke about significant strive in interagency coordination and data reposition and justice system gaps for behavioral health. Specifically, what agencies receive the behavioral health monies?
We've made steps in the coordination. We have not issued the funding yet because the state plan, through the state crisis intervention grant that we received, a state plan has to be submitted. So when we came on board, we had received the funding, but there wasn't a board, and there wasn't the priorities set for the development of the plan. Since that time, the board has established, the board is meeting. We've had work done through the National Criminal Justice Association in support of both the board and creating a state plan. And when we meet next month, we should be finalizing that plan for submission to US DOJ. And then from there, those funding, both years it's about $1.1 million, thereabout, will be focused on behavioral health type initiatives and emergency restraining orders and so forth type of initiatives in the justice system.
So how soon do you think we'll see those funding?
Well, we should see that before the end of this calendar year, though. The plan should be, usually takes about a month or less for the plan to be approved by the feds. I anticipate sending that up once the board meets in September. Probably by the end of September, we should be sending that plan up, and then most likely by the early part of the fiscal year, November timeframe thereabout, we should be receiving access to the funding.
Anything
We have
in-
the grants already, so it's not
anything
a
in
matter of plan.
behavioral health, that's such a sensitive issue that I know the community needs the assistance, the police officers need that.
And if I may add one other thing, we have set up through our stakeholder group, our interagency, our Virgin Islands stakeholders group, a subcommittee specifically on behavioral health. So all of the key principles around behavioral health in the justice field locally has met twice. The National Criminal Justice Association facilitated those meetings, and a plan had been developed that will influence the actual state plan that will be submitted this year.
Which would help us in dealing with our citizens that have behavioral health issues. And
Exactly.
okay, because right now, recently, we just had an issue where we had an eviction, and we've got a very sensitive outlook with behavioral health, homelessness. Mental health is just a critical issue in our community. We got to deal with it. The police officers need help dealing with it, and we want to make sure people's rights are respected and that the treatment they need, they have it. So whatever you could do to get this up and running, awesome. Let's talk about one question I've had since I've been in office is, why is it the Office of Gun Violence is not under LEPC? Because it just seems to me it would be a better flow than the way it's set up. Do you have any idea?
Well, thank you for that question. I can't give a reason because that's how the legislation was written. However, we coordinate very closely with the Office of Gun Violence, and we actually will be in the process of subgranting some funds to it to further its mission and some of the programs that it wants to do.
Okay, awesome. Commissioner Brooks, let's talk about overtime. I want to congratulate you for getting a handle on it. It seemed like the trajectory is going in the right direction. We're going down, we're reducing. You talked in your testimony about a reduction of 36%. Of course, I would love to see even more. Now, you're telling me, you said it was based on procedures and other policies that were not being adhered to or finally are being implemented, why there's a reduction in this overtime number?
Okay, so when we did an analysis of how our overtime was being expended, we identified several areas that needed to be addressed, and the key area being accountability. It's quite easy for anyone to say they're going to work overtime, but what is the product of that overtime? So we put measures in place that that our chiefs enforced. Well, it was enforced across the entire department because to include our civilian staff. But basically, you had to justify your reason for doing overtime. Just staying on and saying, doing overtime, just was not sufficient enough. You had to basically show product for what you're doing that overtime for. So we put measures in place, a general law in place, that specifically outlined the requirements for overtime, and you had to justify it. If you didn't justify it, then you just wouldn't work it.
So we never had that before?
Yes, I would say yes, but I think the fact that we had personnel in this leadership team that took the helm and we enforced it, that was the key, to ensure that it was enforced. We put it in black and white, we set the right and left parameters, and we enforced it, and that is key. Having protocols and policies in place is one thing, but the enforcement of it is where the execution is really successful, and that is what happened in this case.
Yeah, what just looking at the numbers, seeing like 4 million, and it's an extraordinary amount of money. And when you look at what the headlines in the newspaper says, you'll see a police officer makes $300,000 a year, and I'm sorry, no one would be comfortable with that.
Time.
Not because they're not hardworking and they're here protecting and serving us, but that's not the purpose of being in law enforcement, to make $300,000 as a patrol person or something like that. It's for you to do your job. When you work overtime, yes, you should get paid, but be reasonable too. At the same time, we can't afford to pay everybody $300,000. So that was key for me. And Mr. Chair, if I can, please, one quick question.
You may wrap up, Senator.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Academy training class that's coming in 2026, how many classes are you planning to have next year? One or two?
Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh, because we are almost out of this fiscal year, we won't be able to have one this fiscal year 25.
We didn't have, did we have any at all this year?
Yes, we did. The
We
class
had the one.
graduated in January, I believe.
January we had one.
Yes.
And we're not going to have another one this year?
Not this fiscal year, no.
Okay. Which ends in September?
Correct.
But we expect to have one this calendar year, another
I
one.
expect that, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the time. Thank you for your responses.
Yeah, Commissioner, we should be more definitive in terms of the start of the class. I mean, if we never have one this fiscal year, when is the next class scheduled to start? I mean, we should be more definitive on that. It's not you don't plan for that overnight. This is a strategic plan to determine when you intend to start a class. I mean, there may be some alteration of the date, but you should know that in October, November, December, or something, you intend to start a class at that time. So is there a timeline that you have scheduled for a new class?
We've targeted by the end of this year, Senator.
By the end of the year?
Yes, we targeted that. Yes.
So December, November?
Yes, we're working towards those that right now. As we stand, that is what we're working towards. So by the end of this year, you will, unless by some chance that it's not possible, we will start class by the end of this year.
Okay. A point of information, Senator Maurice James. Please recognize the mic of Senator Maurice James.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I hear the chairman said definitive, coming back and saying by the end of this year, I know that must be a little frustrating because for me as an attorney, by the end of this year is not definitive. But I'm going to move on to Director Smith. And following up on my colleague's question that regarding the Office of Gun Violence, have they ever applied for grants from you to aid them in their fight against gun violence? Because at the last, when we saw them, there were positions for, I don't recall the name, like for victim specialists. And I know that in LEPC, there's a lot of focus on victims.
Correct.
Have they ever applied for grants from your agency?
We've been in discussion, but no actual application has come forward, and I've been encouraging them to do so. So I believe in the upcoming cycle, we solicited October, November, and February, March. There should be consideration for the application.
Because that would also help reduce the amount of money coming out of the general fund, which should be the aim of all of us sitting in this room, correct?
I agree, and I fully support that. We've had several conversations, and the gun violence director sits on a couple of the advisory boards as well. So we're coordinating together, and I strongly believe that his office will be applying in the upcoming cycle for some funding for his agency.
Okay, I hope so because God willing, we'll all be doing this again next year. And so I'd like to see their name included as a grantee, sub-grantee. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator James, for that. I want to recognize the presence of Senator Franklin Johnson in the St. Croix District. Before we go on to the next senator, which would be Senator Fonseca, Mr. Molito Smith Jr., you mentioned about this single audit.
Yes.
What is the issue with getting the single audit done, or who's responsible for getting it done?
Well, as you know, it's codified, particularly around anything to do with federal funds, that a single audit is required to be submitted to the clearinghouse 9 months following the close of a fiscal year, unless there is an approved extension. Currently, as you may know, the territory is behind in some audits, and our federal granting agency, but in this particular case, the Violence Against Women Act group, the OVC, has put funding. We have the grants; they've been awarded, but there are funding holds on the grants until such time as the audits are submitted to the federal clearinghouse. And in conversation with OMB, they indicated in writing to us that this month is the anticipated submission date. So we are hoping that those dates are firm.
Okay, I'll back check. We'll have a conversation with OMB to get a perspective of what's happening there, because obviously it's hampering productivity and the awarding of certain funds moving forward, correct?
Correct. And with the climate now, I anticipate that this may be a overall concern, not only with USDOJ, but with others in terms of the oversight scrutiny.
Okay. And you also spoke about a student loan assistance program funding. How much is that funding, one, and how many beneficiaries have been awarded?
Yeah, that is the John Reynolds Justice grant program, and those funds are specifically formula funded, and they're specifically for a retention and recruitment effort of state prosecutors and other attorneys to stay in a particular district, in a particular jurisdiction. Our allocation is very small based on our population. I think it's 20,000. It's 20,000 per year. This year we issued a first. This is the first we've issued to a prosecutor out of St. Croix, I believe he is. So it's 10,000. It's for prosecutors and other attorneys who seek to stay in the criminal justice field, and they're through procurement, through solicitation.
Very well. Thank you for that. I want to recognize the presence of a non-committee member, Senator Kenneth Gittins, the Vice President, and Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for. Thank you, Senator, for joining us. Senator Fonseca, you recognize your point of information. Yeah, I did Johnson already. For your 6 minutes, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and a pleasant good afternoon to both the VIPD staff and also the Law Enforcement Planning Commission. All viewers tuned in, my colleagues. First, I want to congratulate Chief Cornelius and also Chief Hodge. I see Chief Hodge just stepped out the door. Congratulations, his daughter. I noticed that Chief Cornelius have 2 stars, and I don't think Chief Hodge had the stars. So what's the difference? Explain that to the layman.
She has it. She has them.
She does have? Okay, 'cause I saw her going out the door. I didn't see the stars. Okay, good. Yeah, what do the stars mean, the 2 stars?
The 2 stars signify the position of chief.
Okay.
The deputy chiefs each wear 1 star apiece.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, that's good to know. Okay, so the VIPD is a well-run agency. I think you're doing a good job. It's a tough division, very, very tough division. As a matter of fact, based on the amount of calls the senators got, it reminds me of human services. The residents really call in a lot for human services and so for PD. Quickly now, so the issue with morale has been a significant issue, and I was looking at the starting salaries for the VIPD, comparing them to the New York police, which is about $60,884. And then the national average for entry-level police officers was at $50,412. We are a little bit lower than that. So you have any ideas on how you can address that, and is that impacting the morale?
Finances always impact morale, Senator. I would say that. And currently, the unions are, specifically the PBA, they are in negotiations with the government for salary increases. So we'll await the outcome of those negotiations.
Okay, so the uniform allowance, if an officer is on a scene and, the uniform get contaminated and, what's the process to get the new uniform?
So how the uniform allowance works, the officers receive a stipend, supposed to receive a stipend twice annually. That process was in fact slowed up. I'll be frank with you. However, we just released those payments to bring our personnel up to date with their uniform allowances. So to put it in perspective, if an officer uniform gets damaged, they receive a uniform allowance. It's supposed to allow them to purchase new uniforms and or whatever maintenance they need for those uniforms. But we have a plan in place we're working towards. As a team, we discussed it. It is more prevalent that we purchase the uniforms in bulk to ensure that everyone receives the proper uniform instead of officers just purchasing uniform from different vendors. We purchase all the uniforms in bulk, and then the officers will then come in turn in their old damaged uniforms, and we reissue them new uniforms. So we're working towards a program for that.
Okay, I want to discuss the turnover rate of 8.9% and the graduation program, the cadets, et cetera, et cetera. I've been to several graduations, and we have to really address this because my opinion in the Virgin Islands, VIPD is the PD department. All the others are basically supplemental because I've noticed that you provide a lot of assistance to the other agencies when they're short. VIPD has to fill in for whether it's, any department, So the turnover rate of 8.9%, how many actual officers that are patrol officers were left the department in the last fiscal year?
I will defer that question over to our HR director, who could provide you with a definitive number of what officers we lost in the previous, in this FY.
Good. So the last fiscal year, overall, we lost.
Hold on. Your mic is not on. 1 second.
Can you hold my time, Mr. Chair?
Yes, hold it under this time. Go ahead, Sir Richards.
I was stating before, my name is John Richards, Director of Human Resources. So within this fiscal year, for instance, for the St. Thomas District overall, we lost 13 to resignations, 8 to retirement, 2 to dismissals. And St. Croix District overall, we lost 14 for resignations, retirement. We lost 7, and dismissals. We lost 1.
Okay, can you give me the total?
The total, sorry. The total is 45.
45. Okay, so 18 graduated of the cadets program, 3 were hired, 2 more expected to join, so that's 5, plus the normal program. So how many officers were added? You lost 45. How many were added?
We hired, 1 second. We hired a total of 16.
16. So that's a difference of 29 officers that left the force. So see, that is kind of difficult to manage, especially being that you are already short-staffed. So, Commissioner, what are your plans to improve that?
So, to your point, correct, Commissioner Brooks, that number is quite troubling. It's something that we have been discussing for quite a while. We instituted a new recruitment program, as testified in my testimony. I spoke about our recruitment efforts. We started
1 minute.
Go ahead. Okay. Yeah, we just redid our website. We've generated through our office communications office. We generated some new media outtakes that we're going to put out for recruitment. And we're going to rely heavily on the technology because law enforcement, let's face it, Senator, law enforcement is a dying profession. We recruit, but at the end of the day, we do lose bodies to a myriad of different reasons. I've spoken to several officers who are leaving, and one of their reasoning was better employment opportunities on the mainland. We have to find ways to keep these officers here, but if an officer or a civilian personnel determines that it is time to move on, and there's nothing really we can do outside of, outside of letting them go.
30
But
seconds.
we have increased our recruitment efforts through social media, through the cadet program. It's very lucrative. We've been able to bring on a few officers through that program. We're expanding it here in St. Thomas this year. And when we graduated with 12 on St. Croix last year, that we've hired 3, and we anticipate 2 more coming on board. So we're looking at a detailed program identifying high school students and college students for a work program to give them opportunity to come to the department, work, and get a feel for what law enforcement is about. And if they have an opportunity, they really like what they do, they already have basically a foot in the door, we can bring them over. So we're looking at different avenues to bring new talent on board, but we're also looking at a way to retain some of those, whether it's through, and I'll boil down to budgeting, of course. How do we ensure that our personnel can stay on board by offering them a bonus or something along the lines before they become vested before they decide to take their funds out and leave, before they're vested into the government. So we're looking at these different avenues as ways to curtail our losses.
Time.
Good. Mr. Chair, if I can just finish. So I have some draft legislation I want to give to you, whereas it deals with the VIPD commissioner being able to command the different law enforcement divisions in the government. I think that it has to work both ways. When they're short, you have to fill in because really you're the police. All the others are auxiliary. So I think you should be able to have a little bit more authority where you could command the other police forces because they're trained. They're law enforcement officers. They're trained and they're equipped so that they would help the VIPD with staffing on a moment's notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Commissioner, I can't help but to wonder, in light of you have 45 separation, a reduction in overtime, what type of services is being compromised here in terms of police responses? What do you see happening in the area?
Yeah, when you ran the data, there has not been a significant impact in how we've been fighting crime. We've only seen a 4% decrease in Part 1 crimes for this past calendar year. So the reduction in the bodies, yes, and even the reduction in overtime, we do not see a significant impact because we've utilized other avenues to support what we currently have going on, whether it's the cameras. We've implemented drones into our operation to help with surveillance and different, even in rescue type situations. ShotSpotter, which has been an excellent tool, has been working wonders for us. We've made several arrests as a result of the data collected from ShotSpotter. The cameras, we've been able to close several cases. So we've been able to maintain our current status quo when it comes to solving crime and reducing and maintain. I know we could do better, and that's the goal. We really want to do better. We have some more technological advances that we'll be implementing. But for where we are right now, even with the reduction in overtime expenditures and the reduction in the bodies that we've lost, we've been able to maintain the status quo of maintaining the criminal element where it's at.
Okay, I hear you. Telling that to a former police commissioner of a police chief, that's difficult to believe.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie.
I hear you, but when you talk about 45 bodies being reduced, you're talking almost 25% of your workforce.
Yeah.
So again, we'll see how that goes. But 45 resignation. Coming back to you, Director. Give us that breakdown again in terms of the number of the separation.
Just a little clarification. That was overall for civilian and police. When you come police, it's 11 St. Thomas, 9 St. Croix, so 20. So about half.
How many is leave without pay?
How many do we have on leave without pay right now?
Yes.
One question. Give me 1 second.
How many? I need administrative leave. I need duty-connected disability. If you could get us all of that numbers as well. Ms. Tweed, you had some information from me, right?
Hello? Okay.
Yes.
So the contract for the in-car camera project is $2,110,249.46. $110,249.76.
And that contract is for how long?
That contract is for 3 years
For 3 years.
with a 1-year option to renew.
And we're in year what?
We're in the first year of the contract.
First year of the contract.
I also have the information. Oh, he's not here for the Senator Earle.
Okay. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 6 minutes, and I'll come back to that. Go ahead. Be recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. I want to say congratulations again to Chief Cornelius. I understand you are also from my home area, Bovoni, and I'm very grateful because we represent the best. Bovoni is the best. And we ain't even talking about any West. Bovoni. And also I want to congratulate Chief Hodge, the first female police chief in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I know your father very well, Hugo Hodge Sr., and because he worked here many years ago when I also worked here as a Senate staffer, and he helped me raise my eldest daughter while she used to come here. So I know you come from great stock. And congratulations to both of you. Know that I will be partnering with you whenever you ask. And I really appreciate your service and for you to step up to this rank. We have great hope, and I know you are going to serve with distinction. I want to begin my line of questioning first with the Department of Police, the police department. I want to commend you, Commissioner Brooks. You hit the ground running as the commissioner, and I see and I appreciate your reduction in the overtime. We're going to need you to also try your very best to put a stronger handle on it. You have a goal of how much you've reduced it. Are you looking at just a 36% reduction? What is your goal for 2026 fiscal year?
So when we initially put together this strategic plan for centralization and overtime reduction, we actually had targeted 30% reduction in overtime. We actually went over that mark, and that plan was actually a 2-year plan that we have put in place. If we can hit the same mark or go higher in this new FY, we'll be very happy about that. Because again, ultimately the goal is to streamline our operations and reduce the amount of, I'm going to use the term, expenditures coming from the general fund. You alluded to it earlier, we have a myriad of federal grants. We lean heavily on those grants to augment a lot of the operations that we do have in place. So we're working towards that. We know that there are gaps that need to be filled, and we're working towards those. So the process today is only making us focus even more on where we need to tighten up our belt, so to speak, as it relates to those expenditures. But we'll get better in this new FY.
Okay, I want to go to something that is eating up our general fund money. You spent $2,005,067 just on this consent decree, and that's coming out $2 million. That's coming out of our general fund. And I note in your discussion that you are going to go into a 2-year contract. You stated
2-year compliance, and once we meet compliance, in December.
To move fast. We need to fast track this. We don't have no money. You have a payment that is out. You haven't gotten your vendor payment. They haven't gotten their cash for over 120 days and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. That's telling you have a cash problem. Are these part of paying these for this consent decree? Is that part of the outstanding vendor payments that you have as well?
Yes, Senator. We are pending some payments to them as we speak. Yes.
Yeah. We need to try to. What are you doing to really get out of it? Because I have confidence in your team. I want all of you to know this. I have confidence in you to get us out of paying this consent decree. Okay, we just need to communicate and be respectful and be timely in what we have to do. This is our taxpayers' money. We don't have the money to pay for this. We have other services to deal with. Okay? Critical services like the hospital. Not that this isn't critical. This is where we need to really, I don't mean to go on my soapbox, but really get this off of our back. What are we doing? What is the plan?
So what I'll do is I'll let I'll transfer that question over to Deputy Commissioner Marsh of Professional Standards, and he give you a more in-depth idea of exactly what our plan is to get out of the consent decree and where we are.
Media, kindly recognize the mic of Senator Novell Francis Seating.
Deputy Commissioner Marsh.
Thank you.
Professional Standards, Jason Marsh. We are well on our way to being out of the consent decree. We meet with DOJ, IMT, and independent monitoring team. We do that every week. So based on our projections, we do anticipate being out by December.
Like this December?
That's our intent, yes. However, the 2-year monitoring period is not given by us. It's given by the court, the district court. So all we can do is hope for, since this administration with President Trump don't like consent decrees, is hope.
You mean he has something good going on with that?
With hope that we can shorten that monitoring. I doubt it will happen, but we are well on our way.
Okay, I want to ask you, when we're doing the monitoring period, would we still have to pay $2 million?
So the cost for the monitors are about $700,000 annually.
700.
So the $2 million includes training, equipment, and everything else as is part of the consent decree. So right now, the
30 seconds.
The contract for the monitors is $2.1 million over a 3-year period. So it's the $2 million that's in the budget for consent decree includes training our personnel, making sure we do the right thing, software equipment to update our policies and stuff like that. So it's inclusive of everything else.
Is there any way to cut or reduce that amount? Because you said over a 3-year period is a $2 million.
For the contract for the monitors, yes.
For the monitor. Is there any way to reduce it and just have it staged over that 3-year period with local funds so we're not feeling such a hit?
Well, the $700,000 annually equals about the $2.1 million over the 3-year period.
Okay. The 700. Okay, I'm trying to see how we could really look. You say 2 years, but if we pay the 700,000 for one fiscal year and say we're going to pay you the 700,000 for the next fiscal year, that's going to reduce this budget a little bit. You know, that you don't have to pay it up front.
I think that's how it's broken down, Senator.
Okay, it does.
As per the contract.
Okay. We may want to take a deeper dive into that to see how we could be able to save some money. I do have one final question, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
One final question you may,
Oh,
Senator.
how is it that I get that? Okay, I do have one question for LEPC. LEPC, I noted that there was a number of grants here that, in this spreadsheet I just got, that you have that is going to expire in September, at the end of this fiscal year. What is your strategy to spend down this money?
Thank you for the questions, Senator. We have, well, just to give you the landscape, we currently have 36 grants under our administration. Of that 36 grants, we intend to solicit 36 grant totaling $12 million and change. Of that, we plan to solicit 15 grants next year in the amount of $4,800,000 and change. For the ones expiring this year, which is a total of 9 grants.
Totaling how much money?
Totaling $1,922,853.
And that's going to expire in September, right?
That will be expiring this year.
September 30th, 2025.
September 30th.
Let's be clear.
Those which are scheduled to expire and haven't been expended, many we've already requested extensions, some we've already received approval, the others we've received preliminary approval and just waiting for the final approval on. Those are all prior year, going as far back as 2020.
I saw some that which will be in 2019, not just 2020. I do see some for 2019.
Yeah, the 2019 grants will be closing out.
Okay, and are you going to plan? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. I'm so sorry. But are you going to also be able to get an extension for these, or there are no extensions?
Well, the 2019 grants will be closing. We have sub-recipients on those grants already, and those will be closing out.
Okay.
The ones that I just mentioned going as far back as 2020, some have sub-recipients on, and most of them we anticipate getting extensions on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your patience. I appreciate it deeply.
Thank you
so
very
kindly.
much, Senator Joseph. Director Molito-Smith, in respect to the 36 grants at $12 million, how much of the funding has been unobligated so far?
We have obligated, well, what's the total?
So far, Earle Charles, Fiscal Director, we have obligated so far 90, sorry. Give me a second. I'll get that number to you.
Yeah, while she does that, Senator, some of the grants will not be, of the ones I mentioned, that will be solicited next year, next fiscal year, those don't expire until 26, 27, and 28. So those are not obligated yet, but they'll be solicited in the upcoming fiscal year, which are 15 grants, totaling $4,865,247. Of that, $12 million.
Okay. All right. So when you get a number for me of the $12 million, how much is not obligated thus far? I'll be interested in seeing what the number is like. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's get ready for rapid fire. LEPC and VIPD. I need to know your with LEPC. What is your ask? How much you're asking for in the 26 budget?
Well, we're asking for the 100.
The 100.
Give me a total number.
We're asking for 107,190 above the request of 734.
107,190.
Yeah, above the request of 734,000.
A decline.
Which would cover the other services costs for FY 2026.
Okay, so your 25 budget is 734,766 for personnel and fringe.
Personnel and fringe only.
Anyone receiving wage increases?
The last wage increases was issued in fiscal year 23. So
okay, so
no.
So is anyone going to be receiving wage increases in 26?
We have submitted those in our supplemental budget request, so it's yet to be seen.
Okay, so that's a yes.
Perhaps.
Okay, so because I'm saying 734 is for your wage, the person and fringe currently. How much
Correct.
employees do you have?
We have a total of 9 employees.
9 employees.
9 budget employees. We have 3 vacancies. We are in the process of filling 2. 1 vacancy, which is dearly needed, is for another fiscal financial specialist, given the volume of grants that are coming.
Excuse me, how many vacancies do you have under 35,000?
We have 3 vacancies at present.
Under 35?
Excuse me?
Under 35K?
No, we have no staff at
0.
35,000.
Okay, good. All right, and raises coming, any retro owed to anyone? No?
No.
Okay, I'm going to be asking your actuals and personal fringe, supplies, other services and charges. But I get it. You could look for it now. I'll get to VIPD. Commissioner, good day to you and your staff. Director, good day to you and your staff. How many employees in the motor pool?
Where did I put them?
Total territory-wide?
Yes.
Territory-wide is 7.
7. How many certified?
Two territorial.
2. Okay. How many GS employees?
Director Richards.
Okay.
I'll have
Yes?
to get back to you on that one.
Say again?
I will have to get back to you on the
Okay,
count of
good.
GS.
Rapid fire. Anyone receive wage increases in 25?
Yes. USW.
USW?
Correct.
Any retro owed?
Everything was already paid up already.
Good. No retro. Okay, good. How many vacancies do you have?
We have a total of 53 vacancies, currently 11 processing.
53. Okay. How many vacancies under 35,000?
Vacancies under 35?
Correct.
1.
1. How many employees do you have under 35,000?
If you're counting with auxiliaries, it's 36. If you're counting without auxiliaries...
No, without auxiliaries.
Okay, then it should be 8.
8 without under 35.
Correct.
How many employees total? PD, non-PD, everybody. Total employees.
482.
482. Okay. Now I need your actuals for personal fringe supplies up to what you have received. I give you a chance. I go back to LEPC. Now for LEPC, you see you need an extra 107,000. I know 88,000 was toward your rent.
88 is toward the rent.
Okay, so 88 from that 107. Wait, hold up one second.
I'll ask Ms. Charles to respond.
88 from your 107, we cap it off at 90, 100, 17,000, 19,000. Extra, what are 19,000 for?
That will cover janitorial services. That will cover telephones. That would cover electricity allowances toward the landlord.
No, that's money owed. What would you need in 26?
The amount owed is basically the same except for about 3% increase in the rent, correct?
So the number you give me ain't accurate. Because if I give you 107,000 now, you pay everything that you owe. You're out 107. Then you don't have it in the 26 budget because you have to cover it in 25. So recalculate your numbers and get it back to me, please. VIPD, in regards to personal fringe actuals, LEPC, I'll come back to you. VIPD, actual personnel as of what date?
As of August 12, 2025, our actuals for personnel is 37,503,699.
1 minute.
Fringe?
That's inclusive of fringe.
No, okay,
wait a second. No, wait a second. I'm so sorry.
Can be.
Fringe is 12,531,072.
Okay, supplies?
2,815,908.
Other services and charges?
7,804,606.
Utilities?
1,097,226.
Capital outlay?
No capital outlay.
Okay, yeah, good. I didn't see any.
Mhm.
Okay, now for
30 seconds.
And you said USW received wage increases. Your 25 budget for personnel is 39,183,627, and fringe is 14,389,137. And you said you receive all your monies. So you're still in personnel and fringe alone. You're down to 37,503 and 12, so you're below. But I know you say you receive all your allotments. You don't have any other monies to receive, so
No, we've received all our allotment to date as of the 10th
just
period.
August 12th.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So you're still waiting on money. Now,
time.
LEPC, I just like to wrap up with you. Personnel and fringe supplies, other services and charges.
Yes, Ms. Charles will
Okay,
respond.
personnel. You can give me your numbers, please.
Oh, I didn't break it down.
I know. Okay, you haven't broken it
So
down?
the total amount that we would ask between FY25 and 26 would be $311,699.82. That's in addition to the $734,000.
No, yeah, that gotta be, your personnel services in
Or
your
the
25 budget is
actual.
515,
Okay,
so yeah, I need
for
the actual.
personnel, the actual as of 8/11 is $333,183.11, and then fringe would be $115,927.87.
Okay, so and in closing, Mr. Chair, I just like to put on a record in regards to overtime. I don't agree with nothing nobody said about overtime for VIPD, other than, and I don't agree with what you said, Commissioner, because your paramilitary officers don't do what they want. Paramilitary have a structure, military have a structure, they don't do what they want. So for overtime to prosper, we have to make sure that there's overtime that civilians are doing. How much overtime for civilians? There's overtime that based on a 12-hour shift, there's an overtime built in to the shift because your shift is 8 hours, 4 hours are built in. There's an overtime that individuals are making. When we put out that officers making 200, 300,000 and we had 24 million and we cut it down, don't go account what people cut down, because when we cut down the overtime, you lose 20 officers. We have less officers on the road. Are the officers covered on the streets to keep the people them safe? So don't just cut off your nose to spite your face because people talking about overtime. Do it strategically. Give the senators and the breakdown proper, because those are things that need to come out. Versus officers making $24 million you're spending, we cut it down to 16. You take off 8 million. How safe are the officers out there? Because you have officers who do overtime and who don't. And I think that's clarification that need to be made publicly, not just for the Senate, but for the people to understand when you talk about cutting off overtime because we want to cut off, because you talk about us, you have less officers working per shift and different things like that. So let's clarify those things for the public, and then my colleagues and the people would understand. But don't do it just because of numbers. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. The views expressed is solely on the senator that just spoke.
I agree.
Vacancy savings. Let's talk a little bit about vacancy savings. How much have you saved in vacancy? Ms. Webster?
Dwayne.
Dwayne? Well, you'll have the figure. He don't have the positions, but the figure? Well, either one. Vacancy savings?
Calculating it.
Director Richards, HR. So total amount of vacancies that we haven't expended is 1,470,735.
1,470,000. 70 or 17?
470. 735.
735. Thank you. And Commissioner, in regards to the Real Crime Center, can you just give a quick overview to the public, the benefit of that Real Crime Center?
Thank you for that, Senator. So the Real Crime Center has been something that's been on our radar for quite some time. Bringing all this technology together into the Vernon Police Department to augment and support our current operations would not be efficient if we don't have somewhere to collect that data. So basically what it is, it's a room in either district, it's a center in either district where all the data will be collected, analyzed by our analysts, and pushed out. You can basically have control of not only the data, but you also have the information that is fed to the officers in the field to assist them with their calls for service, and that's quite key. So picture basically like these chambers, series of monitors with all the cameras, the 400 cameras that we have across the territory are fed into that location. Where our drones data is fed into that location. Where our shot spotter and all of that is culminated into our Fiscal software, where we have tellers or so forth sitting before a camera, and they can literally see where every police unit is, the response time, calculate the response time, and actually reach out to the citizens on the ground and let them know units are en route. Our drones are arriving prior to and sending that real-time data back to the units that are responding to those crime scenes and say, hey, the police are on the scene, are en route, please be patient, the officers will be here shortly. It reduces our calls for service response time, as opposed to when we get a call, the vehicles have to go through traffic running code. We can now have a drone that basically leaves and gets there within a matter of minutes, and just send that real-time information back so the officer can prepare for what they're going to receive when they arrive on scene. So it's quite a lucrative operation. It's something that's been, like I said, it's been a brainchild for quite a while. It's now becoming the standard on the U.S. mainland, and we are afoot. We're keeping up the pace with the modern technology for the policing, and because resorting back to the numbers that we're losing, we really have to rely heavily on the data and the technology to help support the few officers that we do have remaining.
And of course, to improve the quality of
Yes.
crime and investigation
Yes.
and increase arrests. And
Yes, all of that comes with it, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James, Esquire. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers, colleagues, everyone inside and outside the room. I would like to really focus on the grants. The majority leader really caught my attention when he spoke about the federal grants with the U.S. Department of Transportation grants. So we need to explore why there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 grants, and I just want to, it's Ms. O'Neill, right? Director O'Neill? Yes. I want you to explain to me if these numbers are correct, where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 grants, the amount received is exactly the balance that's there. Is that correct?
Daphne O'Neill, Director, Office of Highway Safety. That number is correct.
So was it that, and then I noticed the budget period, so I'm trying to understand, and I'm going to come to LEPC too with grants, understand whether or not we are effectively and efficiently utilizing these funds that are coming in. So when it says budget period, October 1st, 2024 to September 30th, 2025, you are given that time period to expend those funds, correct?
Yes, although the funding period is for 2 years, we can only set up a project for 1 year. So that's why I keep saying that any unused funds gets to roll over and go into the new project for the following year.
Okay, wait, let's start over. Okay, 10/1/2024 to 9/30/2025 is a 1 year budget period. Okay,
Correct.
Right? Is it that you don't have enough time to spend the funds in that period?
Sometimes we don't.
Are you the only one managing these grants?
Yes.
Is that the reason why? Commissioner, I'm going to the commissioner now. Commissioner, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I keep counting them to make sure. Out of, I think it's 13. The number has not changed. You have one person who is overseeing or managing. Is that the problem then? Because the numbers didn't change. We haven't spent any money in this territory in all of these. So I don't even know what question to ask because nothing moved.
Senator,
not 1 cent. Not 1 cent in that budget period, and it doesn't matter to me either. I'm going to agree with the majority leader about rollover extensions. We need to stop that in this territory, okay? Do you think then it's adequately manned?
No. So we're going to address that.
Yeah.
We are going to
because
address
this that has to be. You know, as an attorney, I was sitting here thinking, if we had to employ what we do in the legal world, where you can't bill a client unless you do the work for that hour. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir.
Okay. So during that period, what are the grant managers? Well, in this case, you just have one. That's difficult to manage all of these. And so I want to go to. You understand what I'm saying? But you said you're going to address
We're going to address it. We'll be addressing it.
8 out of 13, yeah. And then when you look at the remaining ones, like 596,000 to 577, that means less than 20,000 was expended. 586 to 531, that's 50. 265 to 259, that's only 9. Are these grants that you give to other people to, you know, like LEPC, where did they do the sub-grantees? Is that the same concept here?
Point of clarification.
Okay, thanks.
These are different programs under this area of the Department of Transportation.
Mm-hmm.
And many of these projects have project managers. I
Okay.
oversee the
Okay.
entire thing.
Got it.
This is a timing issue of this report.
So
we have subsequently spent quite a bit of money
Mm-hmm.
in these projects.
Well, let me ask this. You just helped me. So you said you have project managers for each one.
Yes.
So then it's just not you alone then?
It's not me
Okay.
alone, it's a
okay.
unit.
Oh, okay. So that clears that up. Okay. LEPC. You have 9 employees. I'm going on the grants again too, because we can't keep going down this road. We cannot. You have 9 employees. How many are grant managers?
We have 9 budget employees. We currently have
1 minute.
We currently have 2 grants managers on staff. We're in the process of bringing on 2 of the vacancies, as well as we're in discussion with OMB to give full funding for the financial specialists that will support the reimbursements of funds.
Okay. So
we have two.
My question
we have
was
2 grant managers now.
My question was how many grant managers?
We have 2 grant managers
and how
on
many,
staff now.
And how many do you need?
Mr. Smith, allow the senator complete her thought before responding, one at a time.
We would, a complement of 5 grant managers would actually be a sufficient complement to do the work we do.
Okay, and then the grant managers that you have, are they both on St. Thomas?
All of our staff currently are on St. Thomas.
Oh, everybody
Everybody's
in
on
your
St.
department
Thomas.
is on
30 seconds.
Correct.
You don't need anyone on St. Croix?
The challenge, well, expanding to another jurisdiction is always ideal. The challenge has been the resources and the funding and the support of staff outside of our central office.
Okay. So the grants, you have 2 grant managers. It just seems to me, when I look at the names Sherry Abbott and Trina Hastings, seem to be those are the 2 people who manage all these grants.
Yeah, I would give a caveat. We had 3. We had 2 losses this year. One resigned in November. We just replaced, and the other recently retired at the end of May.
Okay.
So there were 3 up to now.
I don't need that.
Okay.
I don't need that. I'm looking at workload and effectiveness and efficiency in managing grants. And it just seems to me if you have grant periods from, there was a page that showed from 2019, it seems again that the workload, each one of these grant managers have to communicate and coordinate with every sub-grantee,
Correct.
making sure that the monies are spent correctly, correct?
Correct.
are any of the grants allow for the salaries? No?
We'd have to give a strong justification. I
Time.
can't say yes or no, but it would have to be approved by the feds.
You would have to request
Request and approve.
that the budget includes salaries.
Yeah, and yes.
Okay. Mr. Chair,
But
just
that's
a
not
few
something we'd generally advise given the temporalness of federal funds.
Okay, with respect to the Our Justice Grant Program, it said awarded the territory's first recipient of student loan repayment assistance. Is that the purpose of that grant program?
Yes, it is.
And then it says 2021, 2022, 2023 have been extended through September 30, 2026. So you just awarded the first one. What was the issue with not having this awarded before, from the time you were eligible or awarded this grant? What was the issue?
Well, I can say that I came on board last year, January, and in January we had grants backed up to 2018. So last year we issued about 15 solicitations to move to come up to date. We've obligated about $8 million, and I think this goes to Senator. We obligated $8,706,910 of the $12 million, and we anticipate soliciting for another $5 million come October, November of this year. So there was a high amount of backup grants.
I was talking about the Our Justice Grant Program.
I thought you meant overall.
No. I was asking specifically why, if you could give me the reason, but you said you've only been there 1 year.
I'll ask Ms. Abbott to speak more directly to that since she's manager of that grant.
Thank you.
Sherry Abbott. Regarding the John R. Justice, for the 2021, we've already expended that grant. It was for $10,233.
Okay.
The awardee received the $10,000, and the $233 will be used for supplies. We had an additional applicant. However, that applicant, she was ill and passed away. So the second applicant who had applied for the funding was ill and passed away. So that's why we weren't able to tap into the 2022 funding. But again, we're going to solicit and put it out, and hopefully we'll have some recipients for that money.
Let me ask you specifically, this is to assist students in repaying their loans.
This is for prosecutors and defenders only, not for every student, no. And
It says student loan. It's for those in that specific area.
Correct.
And they're aware of it. I just have one. I have a lot more questions, but he's not paying attention to me anyway. Let me take advantage of this. Why is your testimony, Commissioner, saying that you are? I'm going to read it. It says, you've executed a new lease for a brand new police headquarters currently under construction. So what does that mean? If it's under construction, you're not leasing it, you're not possessing or occupying the premises. Can somebody answer that for me, please? Page 13 of the testimony, the budget testimony. The question is, the statement says, in the St. Croix district, the department has executed a new lease for a brand new police headquarters currently under construction. So I just wanted to find out what kind of lease is that, because you are not presently in possession or occupancy of the premises. So if you can just explain what type of lease it is.
Director Hughes, Facilities Management. We executed the lease that starts in June 1st, 2026, so we will not pay until we occupy the building.
Okay, thank you. Great answer. Okay, and one last question for the LEPC director. Director, on page 11, you are an outstanding vendor for $44.13. Seriously? Reimbursement?
Yeah, that's reimbursement for travel, which I really, I was implored to list it since it was an obligation, but it's for a travel Travel reimbursement.
Thank you, Senator. You don't get me in trouble.
Thank you,
You don't
Mr.
get me in
Chair.
trouble. The rest of my colleagues that I want to level up and have 10 minutes. Like,
Thank you. You weren't paying attention when I asked for the additional, but thank you.
I tell
appreciate
you,
it.
I gave you the time, but yeah, I pay attention. Believe me. Going back to that lease real quick, Sir Hughes, you said that because I have here the lease term is December 1, 2025 to November 30th of 2030 with an annual amount of $780,000. You said nothing has been paid on this thus far.
Nothing will be paid until we occupy
Until you occupy it. Yes, all right, very well. And real quickly on these federal grants, going back to you, Mr. Molito Smith Jr., in regards to the PREA grant as well as the Project Safe Neighborhood grants, how do we reconcile or how do we speak to a grant from period from 10/20/21 to 9/30/2025, $53,000, no expenditure. 10/20 to 9/25, $53,000, $44,000 spent out of that. Grant $128,000, no expenditure. $168,000, no expenditure. $149,000, no expenditure. $125,000 again from 2021 to 2025, no expenditure. And again, this has to do with the substance abuse treatment for the RAPSAC for Golden Grove prisoners, as well as some of these that's over at the village. What's happening here?
Those grants had been subawarded because they're on a reimbursement basis. We are waiting. The reimbursements have begun to come in to show expenditures against those grants. So these are grants that have mainly already have been awarded to either the Department of Corrections or the Bureau of Corrections or others for their programs, and we are awaiting their submission of documentation to run their payments.
So you're saying that the sub-grantee has to spend the money up front and then get reimbursed?
Correct. All the USDOD grants that we administer are on a reimbursement-only basis.
Understood. So you're indicating that these individuals have not submitted for reimbursement, or what? What's happening there? Have they spent?
Well, they're in the process of submitting. They're in the process of submitting, and as we speak, more of the documentation are coming in. So we anticipate for many of them that the grants will be closed out within the closeout period.
So when do they submit? This is from 10/21 to 9/30. It'll be expired next month, and it's been now for 4 years. When do they submit?
Well, I'll go back a bit. When I came on board, many of these...
You have said that time and time again. You're now on board. So we don't want to hear when before. You're here on board now, so we have to speak to here and now.
Yeah, many of the sub-recipients had not received these grants during that time. Most of them are that's why I went back. Most of them are just awarded since we came on board this fiscal year and late last fiscal year. So many did not have grants from 10/1. The grant was awarded to the territory. However, they weren't solicited out for sub-recipients to apply and receive funds.
So then we need some footnotes on some of these grants then. You need to resubmit these with some footnotes because it's quite glaring and very suggestive when you see a grant from 10/21 to 9/25 for $53,000, no expenditure and no real explanation as to when this grant was actually awarded, when it will be completed, because again, these are the numbers that's quite vivid and clear to the federal government that will cause them to claw back some of these type of funding.
Okay, we'll provide for you a updated chart that reflects those footnotes. Okay. But the federal government is fully aware of the status of all these grants and the status of subrecipients.
What are they aware of? That $798,603 was the amount of the grant, and so far there's a balance as of August the 11th, 2025 of $697,170. That's what they're aware of?
They're aware because each of the subrecipients are required to submit progress reports and financial documents that we upload to the system of grants management for the federal grants managers. So in that sense, they're aware of generally the status of the grants. We'll prepare for you an updated chart with footnotes of who have been sub-awarded in each of those particular grants.
All right, thank you. Point of information, Senator Viola.
So, Mr. Smith, you're saying that Bureau of Correction, they are aware that they have $125,000 on 2021 to be spent?
Let me see that.
2021 RSAP. It's not awarded.
Yes, they are.
So,
and they're in the
for
process
those that
of-
worked in the office before you came, what is the reason as to why none of these monies on 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 have been spent? What was the communication between the sub-grantee as to why these monies were not spent, and now the director is saying that, well, I'm going to get them spent now, but we're still 4 years behind. Well, what was going on that we have so much federal dollars not spent to an agency that is responsible to parcel out these monies to the sub-grantees? What's going on?
Can I respond?
No. How long have you guys been in that particular position?
I've been in this position since 2021.
2021,
yes,
and young lady?
2020, my apologies.
2018. So what is really going on with these federal monies as to why the sub-grantees are not spending, or there seems to be no communication that we have 100% of the funds literally left back that could be spent at the Bureau of Correction? What's the conversation there?
Sherry Abbott, regarding the Bureau of Corrections, the 2020 award was given to them. So they have the funding in possession, but it was just recently given to them, meaning in an award, the 2020. The 2019...
So hold up.
Yes,
so hear what you're saying. You're saying that the 2020
RSAT
was recently given to them. This
Yes.
2025, and you receive grants every single year after 2020. So why was there such a slow rollout to make them aware of the 2020 monies?
Senator, honestly, I can't respond to that other than what has previously happened regarding the hurricanes and then the COVID and things of that nature. We're applying for awards and we're receiving awards, but as far as the distribution or putting it out in the community, the reason why I don't have a legitimate response for that. But as of current, we have been putting the money on the streets on none to say as far as awarding entities and getting the money out of LEPC and off our books. So a lot of these awards that you're seeing, like the JAG 2022, the one that we requested an extension for, there are literally sub-recipients tied to that award. Also, we already mentioned the JR Justice, the 2021. That award has totally been expended. So some of these awards they're mentioned here, like the VOCA 2021, there are sub-recipients against that award, as well as the VOCA 2022. So maybe it's a way that we presented the information that we need to go back and show you actually how many sub-recipients have received funding under these various awards.
The post audit is in possession of a report that has the amount and the balance as of 8/11/25. So the amount is there in terms of what has been spent thus far. So I'm seeing that money just wasn't spent for 2020, 2021, 22, 23, the residential abuse treatment. No monies are spent for the last 5 years.
That is correct. Again, the 2020 RSAT was just awarded to BOC. But the other ones, they're still in-house, meaning we have not solicited for those funds yet, put them out in the community, but they are in our upcoming solicitation.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your response there. Thank you, Senator Earle, for your line of questions. This time, the chair will recognize Senator Franklin Johnson. You're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleague. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewer and listening audience. I first want to congratulate the two chiefs that have just been promoted. Wish them the best in their new job. Commissioner, I think the chair asked a question and I don't think he had to get that answer, so I want to go a little bit more in depth. Do you have an officer that is on disability or out of work from 2012 still on your payroll?
Thank you for the question, Senator. Yes, we do.
what's the status? Is he still? I mean, I think it's out on disability, and after a while, there's social disability, there's retirement disability, and from 2012 to 2025, we're talking what, some nearly 13 years, just about.
Affirmative, Senator.
Am I correct?
You're correct. So
What? Go ahead.
Yeah, so Senator, we are currently going through a process with that employee. There's some legal specifics I rather not get into in this platform. I can get with you offline relative to that, but I can assure you that we are moving forward with closing out that specific situation.
Well, I sure hope that we could expedite that timely, because that's a long time. At this time, can I ask what's the salary that he's been out for the last 13 years?
Director Richards.
Mr. Chair, can you hold my time, please?
Yes, hold us another time while Director Richards get the information.
101,378.
His job title, need a job title
Sorry.
and position. Put your name on record.
Hello. Dwayne Richards, HR Director. He's out as a police sergeant at the tune of $101,378.
Wow. For 13 years. Oh, wow. Let's move on, because I respect your position, Commissioner, with having some legal situation to be done with that. But I think it's time that we need to fix our books and move on in whatever direction we need to. The consent decree allocation is $2 million. What portion of it is direct compliance action versus administrative consultant?
Jason Marsh, Deputy Commissioner. The contract is $700,000 annual for the independent monitoring team.
So where's this $2 million? You said 700,000?
Yes, annually.
And the 700,000 is actually for what? The total 700,000?
Independent monitoring team.
And what portion do we pay for consultant? What's the consultant cost?
That's the monitoring team.
The 700?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, Commissioner, I look at the list of cars, right? And you got some 82 cars down. What's the status on that amount of vehicle? Are these cars not be able to come back up? Wouldn't it be best to auction them off and continue bringing in the fleet? And my second question with that, do you have more cars on the lot in St. Thomas still?
So that's a two-part question. So those vehicles that you see on the list are down from a myriad of reasons. Some of those issues are waiting payment. Some of those vehicles are already been repaired. They're waiting payment to the vendor, and they'll be released to the department. And then, no, we do not have any more vehicles sitting on the lot on St. Thomas. The final shipment of those vehicles was completed about a week or so ago. Those vehicles are in the St. Croix district, awaiting registration to be released to the department.
So what's the latest information you get from finance in regards to those vendors' payments so that these cars could get back on the street?
Yeah, we're working on that, Senator. We're working hand in hand with the Department of Finance to have those vendors paid so that we can get those vehicles back on the road.
Did they give you a timeline?
Say again?
Did they give you a timeline as to when you're going to get the funding released so that these 82 cars, that's nearly your fleet?
Well, it's not a full 82 cars. A few of those vehicles are in fact will be evaluated for road durability. Because remember now, we do also have CBAs that we have to honor with the various unions. So some of those vehicles may be outside of the CBA, and we're not going to put those officers in those vehicles. We'll repurpose those vehicles for additional service within the department, and those that are not will be transferred over to PMP for further usage or auctioning. But what you're seeing in front of you is a complete list of all our vehicles there. And just to answer your question, as far as finance, like I said, we are working out aggressively with them to close out those vendor payments so that we can get those vehicles that we do that are within contract back on the road as soon as possible. So I'm hoping within the next week or so we'll have, if not all, most of those vehicles back on the road.
You know, I appreciate your candidness about this, but I'm not a part of this committee, but I've been coming to a lot of these hearings, and you continuously hearing the agency, them with their vendors' payment, are real far behind. And this is just unacceptable because you're looking to close business down. 82 vehicles, let's say 40 of them. Let's just shout the number of half is waiting up for vendors' payment. What happened to the vendor in the meantime? Let's move on to your FEMA Hazardous Mitigation Fund. How much of these funds have been actually received and available at this present moment?
1 minute.
It says $12.8 million and public assistance obligation $25 million. How much of these fundings have been actually received, and how much is available at this present moment?
That's FEMA hazard mitigation.
Director of Facilities, all are available.
Say that again?
All funding is available.
So when do we plan to start executing and using these funds?
30 seconds.
We are utilizing these funds, Director Hughes. We are utilizing these funds through the A&E services. All our projects, all our HMG projects are in the architectural and engineering phase, well over 30%. So the money are being utilized.
Well, then my last question would be, how much of the money have been used up this moment as we speak? How much of that fund have been utilized at this moment?
734,000.
Out of $12.8 million?
That is correct. And to account the recent pullback of the Patrick Sweeney project.
I didn't hear your last. The pullback on what?
The Patrick Sweeney project.
And what's the status on that? Why was it pulled back? Mr. Chair, if I could just wrap up on this.
You may, Senator.
So the project was pulled back for a variety of reasons under wind vulnerability study, but we are working through the appeal process.
How soon you expect to be executed?
The appeal process?
Yeah.
In the next coming months.
Do you have a timeline?
Not per se. We just received the notice last week.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Commissioner, are you slated to expend $2.5 million in lease rental space by the end of the year? I think currently you're expending $1.7 million in lease rentals.
Yes, that is correct, Senator.
That's correct. What is the effort? I know that you talk about the headquarters the headquarters is also, that will increase it to the 2.5.
Correct.
Well, what effort is being made to move into government-owned buildings or reduce the lease that you're experiencing?
Yeah, so that's our ultimate goal, Senator, to do that. We, as mentioned before, we hit that speed bump with the Patrick Sweeney project. We're going through the appeal process. That was a significant hold on us because the temporary lease that we were moving the person from Morris Hill into that building location would be exactly that, temporary, until we could get the Patrick Sweeney back online. So we're moving forward as quickly as we possibly can with the appeal process to get that project back online. We're looking at alternatives to get Patrick Sweeney in the event that the appeal process falls, so we don't anticipate that happening. Over in the St. Thomas District, we had to do the same thing. We're moving personnel out of the CJC so we could meet the mandate for the FEMA retrofit of that building. And once that is complete, then we'll move the necessary bodies back into CJC, and thus pulling us out of those lease agreements.
And all of the $1.7 million that you're expending in lease, you're occupying those buildings?
Yes. Okay. Yes, sir.
I know on St. John, they were having some complication with the Leander Jurgen Command
Is that taken care of at this time?
Same issue with Leander Jorgen. The vendor that we were looking for, the landlord we were in discussion with, drastically hiked the price up on the last minute on us. So we're in process of looking at an alternative to move the personnel from Leander Jorgen into a temporary lease area so we could get that building retrofitted as well.
And the Rainbow Building in regards to the mold situation?
That building is, as you know, we've been dumping, and I'm using the term loosely, we've been dumping funds into that building consistently to address that mold issue. There's mold issue, there's rodents and so forth. Hence the reason why our expedited and haste to get out of that building as soon as possible. So the landlord who's currently building out the new location that we're moving into, him and I are in consistent communication, as well as Mr. Hughes, to try and get that area fixed as soon as possible so that we could get our personnel up. We'll start with a patrol, and then we'll move the rest of the operations out of Marcel as soon as possible.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, and we're coming to you, GRS. I know we're running a little behind time, but we should be getting to you shortly. We'll go to Senator Gittins for his 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, sir.
Congratulations to your new chiefs.
Thank you.
And I've been doing a lot of notes here. I hope I could understand my scribble all over the place here. But firstly, why haven't your deputy chiefs been sworn into office?
The deputy chiefs are appointed. They're not sworn. So
everybody is appointed, and all ranks are sworn, whether it's an officer, a corporal, a sergeant, a lieutenant, a captain. All ranks are sworn into office. Why is this a practice now that the deputies are not sworn in?
So it's not a practice, Senator. We sworn in the chiefs, because those are the ones that, based on my knowledge, that's how we move forward with them. But the chiefs, the deputy chiefs are no longer acting. They're deputy chiefs.
Exactly. So they should be sworn. So if it's an oversight, let's make sure that they get their due as well. And congratulations to them too on their appointments. Now, the good senator from Frederick said a lot of the points have already been touched. The good senator from Frederick said just touched on the individual for more than 13 years on the payroll. That's something that I have championed from back in 2014. He was off the payroll. All of a sudden, he's back on. So I need you all to address that post-haste. I noticed the salary is still at $100 and something thousand, and you stated that the position title is sergeant.
That's correct.
So that means this was only a title change and not a salary change?
The court indicated that no matter what title we change into, we have to continue paying him as a salary as a chief.
So colleagues, you understand that? Still being paid as a chief. That's exactly what I'm talking about. All right? This is total nonsense. But I'm not going to harp on that issue. Also, the majority leader and the good female senator from St. Croix also spoke to the issues about the grants. And just listening to them and listening to the responses, again, I could only reiterate what I've been saying over and over, that the Virgin Islands government does not have a money problem. What we have is a money management problem. People need to manage or get out the way. When are we going to get there? When are we going to find a way to stop the bleeding? Again, we can't. And I understand this fully. We cannot stop overtime, and that is not the objective, to stop overtime. There's a need for overtime. What we're trying to stop is the abuse of overtime. So when are we going to stop this bleeding? And HR Chair, you stated 13 people resigned. How many of those 13 were sworn officers? Do you have that to the top of your head? If not, we'll get back to it. There's a delay in the start of the police training academy. I didn't hear the reason for that. But is the reason because we don't have a psychologist anymore, something that we work hard to get on board for the police department?
Thank you for the question, Senator. So a portion of that is, in fact, yes, that is in fact true. Portion of it, yes.
All right, so when are we gonna, so we don't have a psychologist on board
We
now?
have a psychologist. We're waiting for the final contract from property and procurement. As soon as we get that, we move forward.
So you're waiting for the contract, so you don't have one currently?
Senator, we have one currently, and she works for us. Yes.
She's working already?
Yes, Senator.
So that's not the cause of the delay?
I'm not going to have someone work and not pay them. So if they have a payroll issue where they have not received payment, I am not going to have them continue until they receive payment.
You see how I had to write out our time? We can't get a straight answer.
That's a straight
Is she either working or she ain't working?
She's working, Senator.
And it's either that's the cause of the delay in the class or it's not. But
It's a part of the part of the issue.
So we'll move on because I want to get back to this overtime business again. And let me first start by acknowledging and thanking you for your efforts to reduce the overtime. But I can't help but to continue to review the government transparency website and see that we still have the same players in this game, where persons with salaries of 80+ thousand to date making over $220,000, persons at a salary of 71,000 making over $180,000 to date, persons at a salary of $56,000 making somewhere over
1 minute
$200,000 a year, and I could go on and on because I did the top 5 for St. Thomas and the top 5 for St. Croix. When are we going to address these matters? Because as with respect to the same individuals that I'm talking about who are constantly lagging on this overtime issue, have you seen any tangible results in terms of crime reduction, arrests, traffic citations, and even police reports issued by these individuals?
So, Senator, the short answer is yes. So I appreciate your passion when it comes to the overtime.
No, slow down for me. So the short answer is yes.
Yes.
So let me ask you. So your supervisors today,
30
do
seconds.
they handle police 1A reports?
They do not.
They do not.
Not for purpose. Not.
And that's
it's not a
because
norm.
of,
It's not a
and
norm.
that's because of contractual agreement.
No.
So why a supervisor don't write reports?
So again, that's a supervision issue, Senator. So let me answer your question because you're asking a question and give me an opportunity to clarify. So we have measures in place to address overtime specifics. The chiefs manage that.
I understand that.
The bulk of our issues.
Hold on. I already gave you your kudos for the reduction. I am just talking about those that I'm still seeing that look like they're the untouchables. And I don't want to have to call names here. And some of them are not even under the chief's office.
Time.
For real. Some are under the commissioner's office. And I'm telling you, when I'm seeing signing from 5:30 in the morning till 7:30 in the night on a daily basis, and Saturday and Sunday, when you have a Monday to Friday 8 to 4 job or whatever, even if they're on the 10-hour shifts or however much shift you have, they're still abusing this overtime. And I guarantee you, I also monitor the traffic courts, and I have yet to see their names on a traffic docket where they issued one traffic citation in the last year.
So thank you for that, Senator. So while it is the norm to look at a traffic docket, you have to also take into consideration that look at the job the person and where they're working and what in fact they're doing. So a lot of initiatives are going on that require supervision. I am the hardest on my supervisors because my expectation is that they supervise. My officers have the most leeway when it comes to overtime because they're the ones doing the bulk of the work. But my supervisors are being held accountable to supervise. And if they don't supervise, we deal with them accordingly. If you're seeing someone that's working excessive overtime, then the chiefs are well aware to make me aware of it, and they themselves take action against them. However, let me stop you right
there. Let me stop you right there, because again, you keep going back to the chiefs. I'm telling you, some of these individuals are not working for the chief's office. They're working under the commissioner's office, and I don't want you to force me to call names here, because I fully understand and I am fully comfortable in what I'm saying to you. And I would have preferred you to say, you know what, just like the last time, that you will address these matters, rather acting as if we're justifying the abuse of some of this overtime that I'm seeing. Again, I look at it, I looked at everyone, and I tried to just come down with the top 5 in St. Croix and the top 5 in St. Thomas. I must say as well that there is at least one name here that I can say that I have personally seen them in operation out there working and whatnot. And once you can justify it like that, where you can see that these individuals are making arrests, writing 1A reports, issuing traffic citations, and even supervising, as you stated, then fine. But when I can't see this tangible based on our crime stats and the stats of their workings, then I do have a problem. But I believe that time was called, and if I may, I'm going to cut a whole lot of stuff, but something that's bothering me as well. There was a shooting incident that occurred in the district of St. Croix, where 2 of your officers were injured. Have those officers been formally recognized for their bravery and service just yet?
No, we do have a ceremony that's scheduled for them. Yes,
okay.
And we do have awards that have already been written for them.
So what's bothersome, and I appreciate your response, but what's bothersome is that if those officers had been, God forbid, killed in the line of duty, we would already had all the pom-pom circumstances. So I'm just asking that we address that as hastily as we would have addressed it and treat it with the same level of respect. At the same time, thank you for your service, the men and women of the police department. But again, as I talk about the overtime, I'm only talking about those that I can see that are lagging on this overtime issue. Somebody got to put the foot down. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Commissioner, you wanted to say something?
So, yeah, thank you for the opportunity and your time, Senator. So I definitely feel the passion coming from Senator Gittins. However, my point to be made is simple, that these are things, it's not a perfect program that we have. These are things we're addressing. So if there is something or someone that's still abusing, once we identify, we address. There are individuals that work out of the commissioner office that do work overtime supporting operations, whether it's a downtown operation, a bike patrol, or whatever the case may be. They're allowed to do it within the confines of the general order, once they don't go over that specific amount of time. I've been notified about individuals in training working excessive overtime. Again, the training personnel have to prepare, they have to be there, and so forth. When it comes to preparing our personnel for whether it's a training there, whatever the case may be, they have to be compensated for that. So we have to be fair as well. Again, our goal is to maintain, manage, and curtail excessive and wanton disregard for the use of the government's resources, i.e. in this case, overtime, and that's what we're doing. So I just wanted to make that clear. Identify his issues. Those are issues that we are addressing, and when we do see them, we address them.
Well, you as the leader is the one that's going to be held responsible.
Exactly.
So if you could articulate and justify these situations, then so be it. But in instances where there's abuse going on, all you got to do is make an example of one, and the others will fall in line.
And that is happening.
Yeah, I mean, but again, you're the one that has all of the information and what's transpiring there. And again, this information is being taken off of the transparency website. So it's no secret to anyone of what's transpiring. So you could certainly be able to glean that information and reconcile whatever is being said for you to be able to, again, take the appropriate action. Real quickly, before I allow for any burning questions and wrap up, because I have GRS holding, is in regards to the noise meters. How many noise meters have you received?
Thank you for the question, Senator. We received 10 noise meters. They shared with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. 8 assigned to VIPD, 2 to the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs.
And that's going to be adequate?
For now.
For now?
For now.
Okay. Loitering enforcement, what's happening in that space? Or maybe we could ask the chief.
So let each chief speak to loitering or what the actions that they're taking relative to that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Houston Cornelius, St. Croix District. In terms of the loitering, once the officers are out and about patrolling and they do come upon individuals that are loitering, they make the necessary advisement to the individual to have them move on. If they're not going into the businesses, they need to move on.
What does that mean in plain language?
No loitering. No standing around.
Okay. Chief Hodge?
Deborah Hodge, Chief of Police in Thomas St. John and Water Island District. I do not have an initiative in place, honestly, for loitering. In review of the loitering statute, there's some vagueness that needs to be addressed. However, what we have done is identify those areas that are, high crime areas, and if there's any loitering done in that area, those are ones that we're focused on.
Well, I implore you, as the author of the bill that speaks to loitering and is very specific in those areas, is that you need to then come back to us and let us amend the bill so that you could be able to have enforcement teeth to be able to address that.
I will do so,
we continue
sir.
to have the same individuals loiter in certain areas that become target, and again expose other innocent individuals as a result of that. And when they come and they do drive-bys and spray areas, innocent individuals are being injured. And you and I know, based on statistics, where some of those areas are, and they continue to exist up to this day in respect to that. So I implore you, if there is additional language that's required to provide some additional enforcement teeth, then let's do it. Because it could mean saving people's lives.
We will have that conversation, sir, but as I mentioned, all high crime areas have been identified, and those are focused.
Very well. Thank you. Commissioner, in regards, I know that we always talk about law enforcement officers and police officers, but forensics is also a very important component in your crime fighting efforts and being able to solve crimes. What's happening in the forensic area, both St. Croix and St. Thomas? Specifically in terms of the numbers of personnel, the training that's occurring, they have the adequate equipment and supplies to be able to get the job done. I know that some years ago we had a contract with DNA labs to make sure that analysis is done in a timely fashion. We're hearing that a lot of times cases are being logged behind because of, again, forensics. What's happening in that space?
So we did identify some gaps as it relates to more so equipment. That is something that we are aggressively looking at purchasing some more equipment for them because they are really short on equipment. As far as vehicles, they received, they're pretty much outfitted when it comes to the vehicles. But more so than anything else, is the equipment that they need, like the testing kits and those things of that nature. So we have identified we've taken a list of the items that are needed, and our goal is to purchase those items in this new FY's budget as we get our budget allotment, and pretty much outfit the entire forensic unit across the spectrum. It's quite important because, again, when we have contracts with like DNA labs and so forth, it puts us in a precarious position because we have to ensure that not only that they're paid, but they're actually living up to their obligations as well. That's quite tight for us because sometimes that doesn't happen. So it's quite intricate having those discussions and having to, for lack of a better term, put the heat under some of those contractors to do what they're supposed to do as well. But we are going to aggressively recruit some additional personnel in the forensic realm.
Okay, I just want to make a suggestion that you have the neighbor next to you have $5 million there. So if you need to tap into him to be able to get some funding, that's where I used to get my funding back in the days through the Edward Burns grant and those areas, to be able to buy equipment to support those initiatives. So
we are in discussion. Yeah, we are in discussion about that.
We want discussion. We want him to deliver. Deliver on the behalf of the people. We got money sitting that again, going to be clawed back. It's going to be pulled back if we're not able to draw down on these funding. Please, I think that we have discussed all that need to be discussed over and over. Now it's time for action. You agree? It's time for action, or we still discussing?
I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Very well. Any burning questions from my colleagues before we wrap up? Senator Blyden, you recognize. One burning question. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Brooks, I know earlier you spoke to the contractor who deals with the camera and see if there's trees blocking and they get cut, whatever. I know there was a double homicide in St. John, but they were on about. And I don't think that camera was working, correct?
That's correct.
So my question is, based on that situation, how are those cameras being monitored in terms of assuring that all of the cameras are working, and when they are not working, how long does it, it is speculated in the contract, how long it takes to repair them and or replace them, and what the timeline? Is that part of the contract? Can you speak to that, please? Because I think that's very important.
Yeah, so we've included a very decisive maintenance package when it comes to those cameras. It includes the cleaning of the lens, the maintenance, if they do consistent analysis to see where they are, where they're angled. But that's quite important as well, because sometimes because they're there for quite a while, with the elements, they not only get dirty, the lens not only get dirty, but also with the wind and so forth, they tend to get loose from time to time, and the angles change. So as part of the maintenance package, to have those things analyzed and adjusted as needed with the vendor. We have also secured with them an agreement that when they are doing those maintenance, our personnel will actually go with them to ensure that it's done correctly, and then we'll have our personnel within the crime centers monitoring to ensure that those cameras not only are angled correctly, but they're cleaned and there's no brush or anything blocking their views. That has to be done consistently because, as we know, the weather here changes quite often, and the brush and so forth, it grows quite rapidly.
Again, though, I haven't heard an answer because, for instance, with that situation, how long were those cameras out?
That was the problem. We did based on what it did not come to light that those cameras were out until you actually needed them. See? And in order for that, again, because they have to be monitored, and that's part of our package to ensure that they're monitored by us on a regular basis.
See, that's the point I was trying to bring across, because apparently they weren't being monitored then. That's the point. So what have you done to assure that this does not happen in the future in terms of monitoring those cameras on a regular basis throughout the territory?
We have personnel that will be monitoring them we have a schedule that's in place, and those individuals, our personnel will actually be monitoring those cameras.
So what happens if it's not being monitored and something has happened? What happens what happens with the employee or whoever is supposed to be monitoring it?
It shouldn't be the case because there'll be multiple personnel doing it, not just one person. And of course they'll be on shift, so if one individual misses it, the next shift should catch it.
Thank you for your response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Senator Viale, a burning question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to the Hogansburg property, what's the square footage? I saw it's blank.
Director Hughes, 56,600.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Senator Fredericks. Any burning questions?
My burning question is in reference to the credit card.
What is the credit card balance, and what's the interest rate on the credit card that you currently use?
So, Sandra Webster, CFO. We have one credit card for $3,000 is a credit limit, and we have one we use for emergency operations for $20,000 is the credit limit.
What's the balance?
I can get that information for you, but I think about $3,000 on the $20,000 one, and the one for $3,000 is about $1,000. We don't carry a big limit. We pay off. We have to pay off every month the balance that's outstanding.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the response.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. Commissioner, follow-up to Senator Blyden's questions in respect to what unit is responsible for monitoring the cameras? Is it monitored also at 911?
No, they're not monitored on 911. That falls under support services, the Deputy Commissioner of Support Services. Usually it's the personnel from planning and research or records we utilize and have them on a schedule to do that.
Yeah, I have some ideas, and I've been discussing this in terms of getting even some of our disabled population to support and assist us in monitoring the cameras. So I could have a discussion with you offline in that respect. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize your burning question.
So much, Mr. Chairman. My final burning question, I know you touched on it in a previous round, is regarding the audits, especially for LEPC. When was the last audit that you submitted to your cognizant agency, the Department of Justice?
Thank you for that question, Senator. LEPC doesn't submit independent audits. We are subject to the single audit of the government.
For the
last
government.
single audit was in 2021 that was submitted to the Federal Clearinghouse. 2021,
because I know you stated on page 15 that the submission of the fiscal year 2022-2023 single audits was a challenge, emerging challenge. So you haven't submitted 2022, you haven't submitted 2023, you haven't submitted 2024 because that's dependent on the central government to complete their audit, correct?
The central government is responsible for submitting that audit.
That's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you. Just yes or no. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Joseph, College Joseph. Senator DeGraff, you recognize your burning question.
Chair, thank you. The 25 budget has $2,241,224 funding for existing vacant positions, personnel and fringe. I don't see it in the 26 budget. Was that rolled up into the 26? Because you said you have 53 vacancies. PD, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, some of those vacancies are the same for next year.
So it was rolled up into the 26?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Senator James, do you recognize your burning question? Well, I'll mean to put you on the spot. Senator Franklin Johnson, you recognize your burning question? We could come back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Commissioner, I was going through your list of cars, and I see cars 2009, 2013, 2014, and a good bit of them between the 2013 and 14. What's the contractual agreement with the police union as far as cars, what age or mileage? What's the contractual agreement?
So those vehicles are out of contract, Senator. That's why I told you when you mentioned those vehicles, I told you there are a series of those vehicles that are out of contract. So they're on our books still, but they're not vehicles that we will be utilizing going forward.
But what's a unionized contract? That's what I'm trying to find out. I think it's age or mileage or both of them. Yeah, what is it?
2 years. It's 2 years and 3 years. Go ahead.
During which your HR director, the contract says a police vehicle shall be replaced when after evaluated by a certified mechanic it has been deemed to be not roadworthy and cannot be reasonably made roadworthy, and no more than 3.5 years of service or 100,000 miles, whichever comes first.
Wow. You sure do need a fleet commissioner, because I think you're in violation with some of those cars when I saw the years. And a lot of them said they are in line. I'm not speaking about those that are stating down. I'm speaking about cars that are in service based on the post audit. There's a lot of cars, 2013, 14, 15. Those cars are way beyond driving, and if those mileage are like that, those cars are unsafe, and we need to look into that matter as fast as we can to make sure that whilst people are on duty, they don't get injured driving cars that are out of specs. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had two quick questions for LEPC. On page 11, you mentioned that there's applications are currently before the LEPC review committee. Who makes up that committee?
The committee is independent and outside of LEPC. There are 6 individuals from the community that make up that committee.
And who selects the members?
I did the initial selection, and we will be issuing a public recruitment for additional members. But I did the initial selection just to get the solicitations moving, and we'll be issuing in the coming weeks requests for other persons from the community who are interested.
Okay, and with respect to the backlog of cases and claims with the Virgin Islands Criminal Victims Compensation Commission, do you know the number of cases that are backlogged?
I don't know that number. That actually, commission sits, as you know, the executive secretary sits under Human Services, but I know that the backlog had been substantial, and we've been in discussion with it to provide some additional support to reduce that backlog.
Well, it says you hired one full-time temporary staff person for 1 year to support them.
Well, what we've done is we've issued a subaward to Human Services for the purposes of them hiring that individual. Yes.
Okay.
We supported the hiring.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator James Esquire. Next, we'll recognize Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. You recognize for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me do this quickly. Commissioner, thank you for your response on the what I sent you the other day with the police reserve. You have 3 former police commissioners that have already committed to meeting with you, Senator Francis, former Commissioner Christian, and Commissioner Lewis. So they're looking forward to having that conversation with you. I wanted to go to staffing and shift coverage, but it's going to be too much. So I just want to remind the HR director that he didn't get back to me on the number of individuals, the resignations, how many were officers, but you could get that to me after, and whether or not you conducted exit interviews on those. And Commissioner, something I would like you to look into. I received a complaint, 2 of them at least, and I went down and looked at it myself, that the customer service desk area at the Rainbow Command is too dark. I don't know why they tint that out. Now all of a sudden individuals can't see who they're having a transaction with behind the glass. This is a police station. They should be able to see and be able to converse with who's behind the glass. So I'm going to ask you to just address that, please. And what I really wanted to ask about is, and thank you and your staff for pushing the issue to get those 40 cars that have been parked up down here forever, for about 2 years, and get them on the road. But I want to know how roadworthy are they, because I am aware that a contractor received payment in March of 2023 in the tune of above $1.2 million of this government's money, and the cars were not fully outfitted. Now, while they're on the road, are all those 40 cars fully outfitted?
They are not, and the contractor is being held to complete those outfitting. So they just provided us with a schedule. They start on the St. Croix district. They should have their bodies on St. Croix in the next week to complete those vehicles that have not had the cages installed. I think that was the cages and the spotlight were the final pieces that they needed installed.
So
installation.
Cages, spotlights, I think the computer rack,
yes,
camera system, dash cams, etc. A whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, those pieces that you mentioned will be part of that e-citation that is going in there as well.
Okay, $1.2 million.
Yeah.
That we paid, yes, in March of 2023. And this is 2025. Those cars were just released on the road. The good chairman even had to buy batteries for some of these cars to get them on the road. I mean, this is a U.S. Virgin Islands government we're talking about. Chiefs, thank you. I must say to you, too, that I've been seeing some recent traffic stops in both districts. Thank you so much for that. But I'm going to ask you to keep something on the radar as well. Too much blue lights now in the night. And some of these vehicles with these same blue lights have the capability of flashing. So you know what they're going to think it is behind them. The law is clear as to what lighting every vehicle is supposed to have. And blue lights is not one. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins, for your line of question. So, Commissioner, I just really want to go to wrap up at this point. And, you know, my only message here this afternoon is that we really got to use night and make day for the expenditures of these federal monies. You know, under your shop, again, I mentioned that there is some $58 million that's available to you. And, you know, we talk about the Peace Officer Standard and Training Fund. You talk about the anticipated federal funds to be received. You talk about the ARPA at $919,000, the funding for 7 projects at $19 million, 2.7, 2 remaining open projects. You talk about a real-time crime center at $616,000, $2 million for the VIPD anti-crime initiative, $16 million in federal grants to supplement. As well as the $3.9 million received from the U.S. Department of Justice for the community-oriented policing services, $338,000 and for salaries, which is inclusive of the 20 new police officers, $224,345 for Operation Stone Garden, a grant from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. So there's money to be expended, as well as LEPC. You have a tremendous amount of money as well on all these grants, and I know that you spoke about perhaps the footnotes to be able to provide us with an update, because of some of these sub-grantees have already gotten the funding and they need to update you with it, so we need to get a better glance. But these are quite glaring amounts, and if in fact they're being used, then we need to say that and make sure it's recorded accordingly, because again, the federal government is looking at every possible opportunity to reduce, reuse, repurpose, whatever you want to call it, in some of these federal monies. We got the one, and just yesterday again, there was an executive order that has been issued in respect to this. So we honestly, we can't afford to lose no more money, and you know, we need to make sure that we're making use of every available penny. I'll give you 30 seconds. Of course, I'll come to you, Mr. LEPC, Monitor Smith first, and then I'll come to the Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Senator, and thank you for this opportunity to close. I would just like to say and just advise the public generally, we intend to issue 15 solicitations in the upcoming fiscal year. From October, November is our first solicitation cycle, and then February and March. So in line with your thinking, we fully concur that federal dollars have to be put on the street, and we will continue to do our utmost to make sure that that happens. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you to the committee, and we will get those information to you that have been requested in terms of the updated chart. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Senator. Thank you to this body. Again, this is the perfect display of what the government should be, balancing checks and balances across the board. I want to start by thanking the men and women of Virgin Islands Police Department for the excellent job that they do. I say it quite often. I don't want it to be cliche, but I want you to know I really appreciate the work that you put in on a day-to-day basis. It goes thankless most times. Just know that this commissioner and the rest of the leadership team, we are grateful for the work that you put in on a day-to-day basis. I would like to take the time to also thank the leadership team. Guys, thank you for what you do. It is not an easy task. We have the safety and security of this entire territory on our shoulders, and you step up to the plate every single day. Thank you, thank you, thank you for what you do. The community, thank you. The Virginia Police Department is here for you. We are part of you. We are in you. We are members of this Virgin Islands, and we are vested in the safety and security of this territory. So again, thank you, and have a good day. This is your Virginia Police Department.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. You notice I didn't ask you what keeps you up at night, right? Because I know exactly what keeps you up at night. But, you know, I too want to join in commending the rank and file, our police officers, men and women of the police department, sworn and civilian. You know, we're definitely indebted to the work that they continue to do in this community. And, you know, the tough and questions that's asked and the demands that's put on the leadership of the executive team is to make sure that our community continue to be safe, and our men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department as well continue to be safe. We have a responsibility to provide them with the tools to be able to go out and do that awesome job that they do in protecting the life of themselves first of all, and this community. So, you know, that is not something that we take lightly, and we continue to hold the leadership team accountable to make sure that we're doing that. So, again, I want to thank you and your leadership team, many of which I've worked with personally over the years. You know, so I know of their commitment, and I just want to thank you for the work that you continue to do. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance stands in recess until 2:35. Good afternoon. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance is back on record and out of recess. Madam Clerk, please call up the items in block number 2.
Block number 2, Government Employees Retirement System. Invited testifier, Angel E. Dawson Jr., Administrator and Chief Executive Officer. This concludes the reading of Block 2 on the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have GRS seated at the testifiers table. Good afternoon, Administrator Angel Dawson Jr. and your team. At this time, we'll come to you for introductions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Senator Novelli Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, distinguished committee members, other senators present, and to all in the listening and viewing audience. I'm Angel E. Dawson Jr., Administrator and CEO of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands.
Aisha.
No. Okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Aisha Clendenin Gums.
I'm introducing all of you.
Senior Deputy Administrator, Chief Operating Officer.
Good afternoon. That's Michelle.
Michelle Nico, Deputy Administrator and Senatorial Director of Loans.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jemet Mills, Director of Retail Dining and Entertainment and Project Manager, Property Manager for Havenside.
Let's get it again, please, Mr. Mills.
Yes. Director of Retail Dining and Entertainment and Property Manager of Havenside.
Okay. Yeah.
Denise Jeremiah, CFO.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Shoran Sasso, Chief Benefits Officer.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sasso.
Good afternoon, Mr. Myers Jr., General Counsel.
Good afternoon, Mr. General Counsel. Administrator.
Hi, good afternoon. Terrence Thomas, Chief Information Technology Officer, GRS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. All right, Administrator, you may proceed with your testimony at this time. Good afternoon. I know you have a big occasion today as well, right? So we hope to let you out in a timely fashion so you could attend that.
Thank you. I was thinking nobody wanted to hear from the GERS today. As I was about to say, I'm pleased to appear before this committee to present the system's annual overview of operations. I'm accompanied here in the well today by Ms. Asia Clendenin Gums, Senior Deputy Administrator, Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Michelle Nico, Deputy Administrator, St. Croix and Territorial Loans Director, Ms. Denise Jeremiah, Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Sharon Sasso, Chief Benefits Officer, Mr. Terrence Thomas, Chief Information Technology Officer, Mr. Ishmael Myers, General Counsel, and Mr. Jamed Mills, Property Manager and Director of Retail, Dining and Entertainment of Havenside Mall. We also have with us in the gallery today our investment analyst, Mr. Glenville Henderson. Should he be needed for any question that's asked, he's available as a resource. Amongst the fiscal year-to-date accomplishments that I would like to highlight here today are the following. 1, in October, we celebrated the 65th anniversary of the Government Employees Retirement System of the Virgin Islands with appropriate commemorations in both districts. We would like to thank every senator, including you, Mr. Chairman, that came out to help us celebrate with our retirees and active members. 2, we have commenced migration of our pension benefit system from version 8 of our current V3 system to what is known as Velocity. The latest offering of our software vendor, Vitec, Velocity will provide a significantly improved user experience for GERS staff through its core administrative capabilities, in addition to digital self-service for participating employers, active members, and retirees. Concurrently, we are undertaking various business process improvements. 3, we launched a new GERS website that is easier to navigate, more intuitive, and user-friendly. 4, we successfully introduced a limited retiree loan program. 5, we contracted with Linear Security to enhance our cybersecurity infrastructure. 6, we conducted workshops and new employee orientations for more than 540 members. 7, We expect to issue our fiscal year 2024 audited financial statements with an unmodified, clean auditor's opinion by this week. 8, of course, we have shared these accomplishments and others by publication of our regular quarterly newsletter via Constant Contact. We trust that you have been receiving and reading yours. I will be Why did you chuckle? I will be highlighting other fiscal year 2025 accomplishments and milestones throughout this presentation. Overview of operations. As is known, the GERS is not required to submit a budget to the legislature for approval. Its Board of Trustees is responsible for the approval of the annual budget. Therefore, our presentation is an overview of GERS's operations. We will, however, respond to any questions posed by the committee relating to budgetary information submitted to the Post-Audit Division. Membership and annuity payments. For the July 15, 2025 retiree payroll, the GERS paid benefits to 8,780 retirees and beneficiaries. From October 1st, 2024 to July 15, 2025, 240 retirees were added to the payroll. And during that same period, 230 retirees were deleted from the payroll. The total amount paid in benefits from October 1st, 2024 through July 15, 2025 was $215,065,690.69. The average monthly amount paid in benefits to the retirees and beneficiaries is more than $22 million. As of August 6, 2025, the active membership was 9,456, 6,680 of those from the central government, and 2,776 from semi-autonomous agencies. The ratio of active employees to retirees presently stands at 1.08 to 1, the first time that has been over 1 for some time. Employer contributions due from autonomous agencies as of July 24th, a total of $40,285,091.95 is due from semi-autonomous agencies as follows. We are going to update this table with the information lifetime that we did this week receive in excess of $300,000. I have the exact figure from the VI Housing Finance Authority, so they are completely current. But as of this report, we had the VI Waste Management Authority owing $486,000, and I'm going to round. Schneider Regional Hospital owing about $14 million. VI Water and Power Authority owing about $23.4 million. As I indicated, VI Housing Finance Authority has become current, and 1F Louis owing in excess of $2 million for a total of $40,285,000. I would indicate that we have filed legal papers in the case of the Water and Power Authority, and per the instruction of our Board of Trustees, we will be doing similar for the Schneider Regional. Actuarial valuation and unfunded liability as of September 30th, 2024. The actuarial valuation, which is conducted by the system's actuary, determines the contribution rate necessary to meet the cost of benefits being accrued and the corresponding amount to pay down a portion of the unfunded liabilities. An actuarial valuation is performed to calculate the actuarially determined contribution, or ADEC, and is based on the assumptions and methods adopted by the board. For many years, the actual amounts contributed by the plan sponsors have not been based on the required ADEC amounts. The amounts that were contributed by the plan sponsor have been significantly less over the years than the required ADEC. I have a table in the presentation. I will not read both years, but I will highlight that as of September 30th, 2024, the actuarial accrued liability of the government employees retirement system was $3.91 billion with a B dollars. The actuarial value of our assets was $550 million. I wish it were 550 billion. $550 million. So the unfunded actuarial accrued liability, which is the difference between the two, is some $3.36 billion. Our funded percentage is 14.1%. We will be revisiting these figures in my presentation. The total actuarially determined employer contribution is $294.3 million, and the ADEC as a percentage of pay is 64.7%. That is, if the plan sponsors were to be making the required actuarial contribution, it would not be 23.5% of pay. It would not be 26.5% of pay. It would be 64.7% of pay. We do need to keep that figure in mind as well. The information that is presented above and in Exhibit A, and we did ask that, there we go, represents the results of the actuarial valuation as of September 30th, 2024. For this period, GERS had a total actuarial accrued liability of $3.91 billion. Plan assets totaled $551.9 million, and the unfunded liability was $3.36 billion. As I indicated, this resulted in a funded percentage of 14.1% on an ongoing actuarial basis. The ADEC as a percentage of payroll is 64.7%. We note that 23.5 percentage points of this amount is presently the plan sponsor's contribution. Our portfolio performance can be found in Exhibit B. In November of last year, the GERS Board of Trustees, upon the recommendation of our investment advisors, Makita, authorized rebalancing of its portfolio. Under the new asset allocation policy, there was a 10% reduction in U.S. equities and a concomitant 10% increase in investment-grade bonds. At present, our investment policy has the following targets: U.S. equity, 35%, international developed market equity, 15%, emerging markets equity, 5%, high-yield bonds, 10%, Treasury inflation-protected securities or TIPS, 10%, investment-grade bonds, 20%, and cash, 5%. Simultaneously, within the U.S. equity portfolio, there was a redistribution from the Russell 3000 Index Fund to the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000 indexes. The Russell 3000 is a broad equity index composed of approximately the 3,000 largest U.S. listed stocks. It is market capitalization weighted, where the largest companies constitute the largest percentages in the index and will affect performance more than the smallest index members. Russell also produces the Russell 1000 and Russell 2000 indexes, which are subsets of the Russell 3000. They measure the performance of the largest 1,000 companies and the smallest 2,000 companies, respectively. Investing in the Russell 1000 and the Russell 2000 individually allows the GERS to have more control over the market capitalization exposure within its portfolio. As of June 30, 2025, the market value of the portfolio was $516.1 million, which includes domestic equity assets, $160.4 million, international developed equity assets, $68.4 million, emerging market equity, $22.7 million, domestic fixed income assets, $181 million, and alternative investment assets, which is private equity limited partnerships, of $4.2 million. And finally, other alternative investments, which include real estate and member loans, totaling $81 million. Note that the total retirement system aggregate performance for the one-year period was 12.5%, and fiscal year to date was 6.2%. As can be seen in Exhibit C, in fiscal year ended September 30th, 2024, the GERS almost had its second consecutive year of positive cash flow since 1995, some 29 years ago. However, due to a $54 million shortfall in the 2024 funding note payment, we achieved a contributions to payments ratio of 0.97 to 1 in 2024 versus 1.05 to 1 in 2023. Encouragingly, based upon stellar investment returns of 24.3% in fiscal year 2024, the market value of assets increased from $455 million on September 30th, 2023 to $551.9 million on September 30th, 2024, as seen in Exhibit D. This represents an increase of $96.9 million, or 21.3% in 1 year, and an increase of $151.9 million from $400 million to $551.9 million, or 38%, between September 30th, 2023 and September 30th, 2024. Of course, this figure, as good as it was, would have been at least $90 million higher had GERS received the full amount pledged in the funding note for 2023 and 2024, and likely even higher given the investment performance we were able to achieve in those years. To diversify its portfolio, ensure at least an 8% return, assist our members, qualifying retirees, and the Virgin Islands economy, the GERS initiated limited personal loan programs. First, in 2024, we offered a limited personal loans program for active members. The funding allocation for fiscal year 2024 was $20 million, with $10 million available per district. The final numbers for the limited loans program were as follows. St. Croix District, 1,034 loans totaling $9,994,000. St. Thomas District, St. Thomas St. John District, 996 loans totaling $9,711,000. In May of this year, GERS announced the initiation of a limited retiree loans program with an allocation of $15 million, or $7.5 million per district. This program is ongoing presently. As of July 31st, 2024, the member loans portfolio consisted of 2,521 personal loans, 1,991 of those to active employees and 530 to retirees, for a total of $18.9 million. These personal loans are very good investments by the GERS in our active members, our retirees, and our communities. We also have in our loans portfolio some 28 legacy mortgages totaling $2.4 million and 11 legacy land loans totaling $157,000. The overall loan portfolio as of July 31st, 2025 amounted to $21.3 million. In addition to our loans portfolio, we also have alternative investments valued at $59.7 million, comprised of undeveloped land in both districts and the Havenside Mall on St. Thomas. Additionally, we have office complexes in both districts. Regarding our land holdings, a planned area development was completed for St. Croix, and we are in the process of working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority to obtain grant funding for planning purposes territory-wide. Our administrative buildings in both districts are another success story for the GERS. We have replaced the southern and western flat roofs of the GERS building on St. Thomas and also installed a new electrical power generator. The much newer GERS building on St. Croix remains in excellent condition. As a result of these complexes' maintenance and maximal commercial rental, they were both appraised at higher values in 2024. Combined values went from $11.3 million in 2021 to $13.8 million in 2024, an increase of $2.5 million or 22.1% over just 3 years. At last year's annual review of operations before this committee, I, 1, introduced our New Haven site manager, Mr. Jamed Mills. 2, spoke about the ongoing construction of a new 126-room Hampton by Hilton hotel on our Haven site property. And 3, referenced the work we are doing with our professional consultants to transform this valuable historical investment by the GERS into a thriving, experience-driven destination that will delight our local population and visitors alike for decades to come. And media, if you could take down the graphic, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Well, this year I can share with you that year to date, Havenside Mall went from a net cash surplus of $193,279 in 2024 to $1,135,203,000 through May 31st, 2025, with 4 months remaining in the fiscal year. Moreover, the hotel welcomed its first paying guests last week, Tuesday, August 5th, after a construction period of less than 2 years. This is the first new build hotel in the entire territory in more than 30 years, and I need to get out of here in time for the grand opening. Failure is an orphan, but success has many parents. While others may try to take credit for this milestone accomplishment, or even try to imply that it's, quote, on the dock and not part of GERS's lovely 14-acre Havenside Mall property, we at the GERS will be all too happy to collect our annual rent and an increasing percentage of the hotel's gross revenues as it grows each and every single year. They can try to take the credit, but we'll take the money. Adjacent to the hotel, a new visitor center is also being constructed. There, we will once again welcome the hundreds of thousands of cruise ship passengers who visit Havenside annually. We are also developing a green space in conjunction with the visitor center, along with a monumental statue honoring the coal women of our past who fueled steamships in Charlotte-Amalie Harbor at the turn of the 20th century. We also plan to offer Cruzan Rum and Captain Morgan a prominent display space to promote the rums of St. Croix and the Big Island of St. Croix for future visits. GERS is already being rewarded handsomely for these developments. In 2024, the appraised value of the Havenside Mall increased by $5.5 million, with a further increase of another $12.2 million next year upon financial stabilization of the new hotel. This represents an increase in value of $17.7 million, or 43.2% since 2017. Our rebranding at Havenside will culminate next year with the reveal of our new logo, color scheme, signage, and brand name. From abandoned warehouse spaces, we are creating, along with our partners, a new haven at Havenside. From warehousing products to producing experiences that last a lifetime. This marks my third annual overview of operations as Administrator and Chief Executive Officer of the Government Employees Retirement System. In my first overview of operations in 2023, I spoke metaphorically about the GERS glass being half full and not half empty. In my second overview of operations last year, I spoke about the GERS being a glimmer of light in an otherwise gloomy budget season. And I trust that we have brought some more glimmers of light again this year in what has been another gloomy budget season. In my third overview of operations this year, I will conclude by offering a detailed diagnosis of the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands, a 65-year-old patient that has faced life-threatening conditions over the years. The American Hospital Association advises physicians to use the following one-word conditions in describing a patient's condition to those inquiring, including the media. Good. Vital signs are stable and within normal limits. Patient is conscious and comfortable. Indicators are excellent. Fair. Vital signs are stable and within normal limits. Patient is conscious but may be uncomfortable. Indicators are favorable. Serious. Vital signs may be unstable and not within normal limits. Patient is acutely ill. Indicators are questionable. Critical. Vital signs are unstable and not within normal limits. Patient may be unconscious. Indicators are unfavorable. Dead. Vital signs have ceased. Patient has died. I'm happy to paraphrase the American author and humorist Mark Twain by stating that, quote, any reports of the GERS's death were exaggerated. So, fortunately, we can rule out dead from the conditions that we will consider here today. Similarly, however, we can state definitively that despite the positive indicators shared with you thus far today, the GERS's vital signs are not within normal limits. Based upon the preliminary September 30th, 2024 valuation results prepared by Segal, our actuarial firm, GERS, as I mentioned previously, has a funded percentage of 14.1% as outlined earlier. That is to say, with an actuarial accrued liability of $3.9 billion and a market value of assets totaling $552 million at September 30th, 2024, GERS only has 14.1 cents in assets for every dollar of liabilities on an actuarial reserve basis. To place this 14.1% funded percentage in proper context, a commonly used rule of thumb for what's considered to be a good funding ratio is 80%. Even if one were to take the present value of the funding note, which is $1.65 billion, utilizing a 6% discount rate, the funded percentage would be 56.3%, considerably better than 14.1%, but far less than fully funded. GERS is a member of the National Conference of Public Employees Retirement Systems, NCPERS. According to its 2025 Public Retirement System study, system-funded percentages in the United States had been averaging between 70 to 80% since the first half of 2020 and reached an average of 83.1% in 2024. With a funded percentage of 14.1% or even 56.3%, then the GERS's condition cannot be considered good or fair, as both of these require the patient's vital signs to be within normal limits. This leaves just serious and critical for our consideration. The distinction here is whether the patient's vital signs are unfavorable, in which case their condition is critical, or if the patient's vital signs are questionable, in which case their condition is serious. Honorable members of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations and Finance, or the senators present, ladies and gentlemen, my considered assessment of the government employees retirement system condition is that it has improved from critical but remains serious. The key determinants are A, some of its vital signs remain unstable, and B, some of its indicators are questionable. I shall elaborate. Let there be no mistake about it. One reason that the GERS's condition has improved from critical to serious over the past couple of years is directly related to the historic funding note totaling some $3.8 billion over 30 years or so that was initiated in 2022. However, when I state that some of the GERS's vital signs remain unstable, I refer specifically to the unevenness of the annual cash flows over the 30-year term of the funding note. As I've stated previously, this presents a challenge that must be carefully managed and overcome. To wit, annual contributions from the funding note are heavily backloaded, with half of the total contributions being funded in the last 12 years, mostly at the expense of the middle years, from fiscal years 2033 through 2038. The challenge then is to bridge the gap in the middle years in order to get to the $1.9 billion on the back end. If this is not achieved, the GERS is actually projected to become temporarily insolvent under two different scenarios. First, an acknowledgement that at long last, the rum cover-over rate has become permanent at $13.25 per proof gallon. It was an honor to travel to Washington, D.C. this past February at the invitation of Virgin Islands Congressional Delegate Stacey Plaskett, along with Senate President Milton Potter, Senator Nobel Francis, Senator Kurt Bailey, Senator Marvin Blyden, GERS Board Chairman Dwayne Colwood, and Senate President's Chief of Staff, Cosme Christian. While there, we met with several members of Congress or their staff to advocate in favor of making the $13.25 rum cover-over rate permanent. Although the rum cover-over rate is increasing permanently, but not retroactively, from $10.50 to $13.25 after December 31st, 2025, there's still a risk that the actual funding note payouts will be lower than originally anticipated due to lower overall demand in rum consumption. It was previously estimated that at the 1050 rate, the funding note payouts were going to be about $20 million less than the original projected for 2023 and 2024. However, the actual shortfalls during those years were $34 million in 2023 and $56 million in 2024, for a total shortfall of $90 million. Assuming that the $20 million shortfall due to the lower cover-over rate is accurate, then the estimated shortfalls in 2023 and 2024 due to lower rum consumption were $14 million and $36 million, respectively. For projection purposes and to quantify the impact of the lower rum consumption risk, scenarios were run utilizing an average shortfall of $25 million per year in the original funding note payout schedule at the $13.25 rate. Scenario 1, Exhibit E, if we can have that projected. The assumptions here are that payroll contribution rate is 23.5%, that the $25 million funding note shortfall per year due to lower rum consumption continues, and that there's a 6% annual investment return. Under this scenario, the GERS is temporarily insolvent from 2033 to 2039 and would need at least $290 million from the GVI General Fund revenues to pay full benefits. Scenario 2, in Exhibit F, the assumptions are that the payroll contribution rate would be 26.5%, the $25 million funding note shortfall per year due to lower rum consumption would continue, and we would have a 6% annual investment return. Under this scenario, the GERS is temporarily insolvent from 2036 to 2038 and would need at least $82 million from the GVI General Fund revenues to pay full benefits. Several additional observations. Benefits payments, employee contribution refunds, and administrative expenses are projected to be at least $300 million per year over the next 15 years. With this in mind, we would ideally want our asset levels to not decline below $300 million to ensure that we have enough liquid assets to pay out retiree benefits in full every year. Even without lower rum consumption, if the employer contribution rate remains at 23.5% of payroll, GERS assets are projected to go below $300 million during the years 2032 through 2040 at a 6% investment return. If the GERS earns a 4% investment return instead of a 6% return each year, assets are projected to dip below $100 million during the years 2036 through 2039. And even though we've had stellar returns for the last couple of years, we're now in a different market environment with tariffs and wilder stock market fluctuations. We cannot continue to count on the types of returns that we've been getting. There will be a reversion to the mean at some point. For the reasons detailed above, in its meeting of September 26, 2024, and pursuant to Title III Virgin Islands Code, Section 718B, the GERS Board resolved that the employer contribution rate be increased from 23.5% to 26.5% effective January 1st, 2025. In its meeting of November 18, 2024, the GERS Board of Trustees changed the implementation date to October 1st, 2025. While this medicine admittedly may taste bitter, this increase in employer contributions is required if the government employees retirement system of the Virgin Islands, a 65-year-old patient that has faced life-threatening conditions over the years, is to continue the further progression of its condition from serious to fair and from fair ultimately to good. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my diagnosis and presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Angel Darson. I think the analogy is well worth the discussion. I also want to say congratulations, of course, on the ribbon cutting and grand opening that's going to be occurring later on today. As soon as we get you out of here, you know, it's what a difference a year could make in this situation. So you mentioned in your testimony about 230 retirees, a deletion. Was that as a result of death? That's what that is?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sadly.
Yeah, sadly, so death. And can you just speak to what happened? I mean, when we have those type of situation, is there a payout that goes to family members, obviously the beneficiaries, or what happened once that occurred, a person passed?
Well, only if a retiree hadn't received back in benefit payments, everything that they had contributed, will there be anything left for a family to claim? And in most cases, retirees receive back within 2 to 3 years of retirement every penny that they paid in to the system. So, of course, we have retirees generally living longer than that. So there typically wouldn't be anything to pay out.
Okay. Additionally, in your discussion about some of the issues that confronted the rum cover over and the payments, how much was deducted or projected to be deducted from the portfolio in 2025?
When you say deducted from the portfolio?
To help pay the payroll, to bridge the shortfall to pay payroll.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that is an ongoing situation because we seek to invest to earn returns on just about everything that we can. We usually leave like a 5%.
So have there been any deduction thus far?
Oh, yes.
So can you speak to date? What has been the reduction?
To date, we do have our investment analyst here, as I indicated, who...
Sergeant Arms?
Oh.
Sergeant Arms. You gotta pay attention. I don't want to need you on that, have you? Oh, Ida.
This is Mr. Glenville Henderson, our investment analyst.
Good afternoon, Mr. Henderson. Can you put your name on the record, please?
Shaw, Glenville Henderson, investment analyst for the GRS. So to date, as of yesterday, we've withdrawn about $150 million from the portfolio.
150? 150.
Correct.
Okay. And clearly in your discussion about the fact that the REM cover will actually take effect on December of 2025, so you, I guess, will, in anticipation of shortening or reducing the amount taken from the portfolio, will start with January, or at what point in 2026 do you believe that you'll see some difference in that?
Well, typically in October, we would receive the payment under the funding notes. So we expect, given the lag, that we will see a similar impact of the reduced cover over rate reflected in the payment that we get in October of 2025. We don't know exactly how short it's going to be, but since the increase was not approved in the legislation, whose name I shall not call, it wasn't approved retroactively. We expect that this year will be affected by the lower rate as well. Okay. But the payment that we receive in October of this year.
Okay. And my final question before I open up the floor to my colleagues is in respect to the employer contribution for the semi-autonomous agency. Do you see the possibility, or again, to stop what we're seeing here is a constant? We see the tune of $40 million that's a grand total that is owed to the government employees retirement system. Do you see one of a workable solution, at least to moving forward? Obviously, it's still challenge what's owed, but perhaps for us to develop a single payers type concept, that's now being deployed for WAPA benefit. Do you see that as an opportunity to at least backfill those agencies, Waste Management Authority, Snyder Hospital, Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and the Governor of Juan Francisco Louis Hospital?
Yes, in a word, Senator, yes. I could see you doing that with Schneider. I'm not so sure about WAPA in the sense that they're sort of self-sustaining. They don't get any general fund contribution per se, right? So there won't be anything to hold for a single payer fund for them.
Well, actually, they're asking for some money. I think they came before us just earlier this week, asking for some consideration of $9.6 million to help them to offset some of their costs. So I see an opportunity for us to narrow that by ensuring, again, that GRS is taken care of.
Yeah, we would welcome any opportunity to assist in our collection efforts. So, of course.
Okay. Thank you for that. At this time, I'll open up the floor to a round of questions, and we'll do a 4-minute round in light of the GRS need to get going as soon as possible. So, Senator Blyden, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. Dr. Dawson and your management team there again. Thank you so much for your testimony. I must say that I did miss the 65th anniversary because I was off island, but congratulations anyway. Let me ask
Senator,
you, though.
if I'm not mistaken, I think you were at the St. Thomas one, along with Senator Carlo Joseph. Yes, and I know Senator Francis was at the St. Croix one. Yes, and Senator Potter, yes. So you're selling yourself short, Senator.
Oh, really?
You actually, I think you were representing the Senate President.
I have so much going on, honestly. That's a good thing, though. Appreciate it. Let me let me state. Let me ask you though. Your software for the VI Tech. How much was that investment worth? What was the cost of that investment?
Okay. Mr. Thomas, our Information Technology Officer, will take that.
Hi, good afternoon. Excuse me, Terrence Thomas, Chief Information Technology Officer.
Good afternoon.
The upgrade is targeted, excuse me, the upgrade is targeted at around $7.5 million over the next 24 months. Actually, it's a 3-year project, but our implementation got started in February of this year, and we're looking to complete full implementation by March, April of 2027.
Which will assist the users, correct, in terms of being user-friendly, etc.?
Yes, it's a complete overhaul of our existing pension administration system, which was implemented in 2012.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear that. And in respect to the limited retirement loan program, what the return on investment in terms of dollars and cents when based on the $10 million were correct, there was the cap, $10 million?
Yes.
What's going to be a return on investment for GRS?
Well, the loans are priced at 8%.
Average.
8%.
Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to your investments, right, and your portfolio and the performance, of course, you have the U.S. equity, the international developed market equity. What's entailed in that, the international developed market equity?
Well, as the name suggests, first of all, it's not domestic.
What type of investments?
It's international. It would be primarily equities.
Okay. Okay, very well. And also the high yield bonds, 10%. The Treasury, 10%. Investment grade bonds, 20%. So basically, you're saying those at the higher percent threshold or less risk. How do you measure your investments?
So it's a risk return dynamic, right? So you generally would get a higher return for more risk. So higher yield would indicate that there's a higher degree of risk, not a ridiculous degree of risk, but it would be the difference between investing in the bonds of a private corporation versus the bonds of the United States government, right? Which at least used to be perceived as the least risky investment possible. So it's just a matter of difference in degrees.
And you also spoke in testimony about between the increase from fiscal year, I believe, 2036 through 2039, and it's going to be a difference of 3% from 23.5 to 26.5. Can you state for the record how much that would be in dollars and cents for those individuals in terms of the percentage?
Well, it wouldn't be for the individuals. It would be for the employer, which in this case would be the government, and the other employer participants in our plan. In the case of the central, it's about $13 million was our calculation.
Annually?
But that will vary based on the size of the payroll that is being applied against.
Annually?
1 minute.
Annually?
Yes.
Okay, very well. Okay, well, again, I want to thank you for what you do. You and the team, and the GRS played a critical role here in the territory for benefit of the members. And the number is increasing a little bit, even at the 1-to-1 ratio. I'm seeing a little increase as we go along. So hopefully, as we move forward, more people come online and less people retire.
30
So it can
seconds.
balance itself out moving forward. Again, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. So, Administrator, you know that there has been several cyber attack on some of our semi-autonomous agencies. Virgin Islands Lottery, for example, or both of our hospital. Can you speak to, without divulging any operation security measures, what's being done to ensure that we're hardening your security?
Absolutely. Excellent question. We have been engaged with a cybersecurity company by the name of Linear Secure, and I've spent a considerable amount of money and time with them on improving our cyber security stance. Mr. Thomas can address that with maybe a little bit more detail.
Terrence Thomas, Chief Information Technology Officer. Senator Francis, we have developed a three-pronged approach to cybersecurity at GRS. Our first leg of the stool, if you want to call it that, is we have implemented hardware appliances that engage in monitoring and detecting potential threats coming from the outside of our network, incorporating artificial intelligence and some of the other technologies to help us detect and respond to threats. Second part is, as Administrator Darson said, we have hired Linear Secure, which is a company that specializes in providing advice and protection for pension management systems across the United States, and specifically public pension management systems. And the third piece, which we are getting ready to kick off for the balance of this year, is training our employees on what to look for when it comes to cyber security events, phishing, and some of the other threats that exist.
Thank you for that, and congratulations and that proactivity to make sure that we're hardening our systems, because we saw what have happened as a result of those attacks on those other agencies. So the message is clear. Also, there was some and I can't clearly remember what it was, but there was some glitch issue that plagued the software some years ago in terms of compromising your ability when you retire for some calculation to be done, or for some timely filing of your retirement. Do you remember? You recall what that glitch? What was happening within the system? I remember testimony where we keep talking about that glitch that prevented the system from doing some type of a calculation or being able to recognize a person that may have been retired versus the information that needed to be entered by the Division of Personnel. I can't remember that, but I remember just the conversation with Mr. Austin Nibbs about this glitch and asking the vendor to address that. I was just wondering with this new upgrade if that situation had been addressed.
Terrence Thomas, Chief Information Technology Officer. There were some challenges in the current system as it relates to calculating people that may have crossed over from, let's say, regular employment status to hazardous duty, that kind of thing. As mentioned in the administrator's report, we're not just only upgrading our system to address some of these concerns, but we are also redesigning our business processes to ensure that some of the challenges that we have had in the past with getting people on the payroll and some of the other workarounds that we've had to develop are taken fully into account when we do go live with this new system in 2027.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. In reference to your Tier 1 and Tier 2 and number of employees, tell me the breakdown now. It's 20 years into Tier 2 employees. I think we started back in 2005, and I know that has an impact on the system. How many Tier 1 employees do you have and how many Tier 2 employees?
Yes, Senator. With respect to your time, let me pull up a presentation that I have. If you can go on with your next question, because we do have that handy.
Okay. In reference to the rum cover over, you're estimating that rum consumption is going to continue to decrease for the next 10 years?
Well, we don't have a basis for projecting that ourselves. I remember when I was with PFA, there was actually a consultant that used to provide that type of calculation for the PFA. So we're not privy to that, but from our observations, it does appear as if rum consumption has gone down, and we can't tell you how long that trend will continue.
So you have not had that discussion with the Public Finance Authority?
We have indirectly, but we don't have the information that they would have. And I do have the breakdown of the Tier 1 versus Tier 2 for you, if you would like. For the active membership in 2024, we are at 2,811 Tier 1 actives versus 6,081 Tier 2 actives.
Okay, so a little more than 3 to 1, so the Tier 2 is steadily increasing. So
In terms of actives, but in terms of retirees,
Well,
Tier
Tier
2
1
still
naturally.
represents a very small percentage of the retirees.
Right, but
we have
we-
that as well.
But we get into the point where the next generation of retirees will be Tier 2 because we're only left with 2,800 Tier 1.
Right.
Okay, so and those 2,800 Tier 1 was working before 2005.
Correct.
So we're steadily moving in the right direction. In reference to the RUM cover over, you made a statement and you said you're expecting the RUM cover over this year to be at the same rate. Isn't that estimated for the upcoming year? Well, when you get the monies,
We get the monies from the funding note in October.
Right.
But that, of course, is tied to the RUM cover over actually received by the territory.
Yeah, it is. Is it received or is it estimated? Because it's a true-up period in which they come back and they true up the numbers. So isn't it estimated for the upcoming fiscal year they give you the money and then they true the numbers up after?
Well, once again, for this transition period, I think that's a good question, but it's one really that the PFA would be in a better position to answer. I was on top of that at one point when I was with the PFA, but I don't have that detailed data.
Okay, because I think the next set of monies that we receive will be at the 1325 rate and not at the 1050 based on the way the language is written and based on the process that they utilize for actually giving us the monies. Now, the surprising thing when we looked at the amount of rum produced, we saw it increase this year. For some reason, the last fiscal year, there was a decrease in Crucian rum.
1 minute.
And when we look at it this year, I think the data that we got in finance back in June, they had already produced 15 million proof gallon, which was more than they produced last fiscal year.
But does produce mean shipped?
Shipped, yeah. Or
Oh,
shipped.
okay.
No, not produced, I mean shipped.
Oh, okay.
Bulk rum that was shipped off island. So in looking at the numbers, it seemed like shipped off island is going to be back to that 20 million proof gallon, which is a good thing.
But is it just sitting in a bonded warehouse? Is it actually
30
released?
seconds.
Because that factors in as well.
If it's once it land in the U.S., they got to pay the tax, correct? Yes or no?
I think it's upon release from the bonded warehouse.
Okay. But we need to check into that, and I know that a big concern for me was whether or not the monies that are being allocated for marketing to the rum companies, if it's actually producing what it should. Because
Valid
they're
question.
getting literally half of the monies in the molasses subsidy and the marketing. And if it's not, if those numbers are decreasing, I really want to check and see, what is the impact. 'Cause you can't continue to pay 50%. You're paying half of your monies, but you're not maintaining the numbers necessary to keep this fund really solvent.
Right.
So it is something that we discussed and something that we need to look into. I think this whole rum cover over issue, we deal with it a little, it's like we just tell us whatever, you tell us whatever, and then we go with it, and we don't really put a lot of time and effort into making sure that the Virgin Islands is realizing what we should, and that we're mandating that, hey, we're giving you sometimes over $100 million back to these companies, that it's your responsibility to market Virgin Islands rum. And we don't want to hear anything about Bacardi or anything else because we're paying you and you're literally producing rum for $0. So we're paying you to market that product so that we could keep the system solvent. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Senator, I would encourage you in that investigation.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale, for your line of questions. Administrator, you spoke about the success story of being a parent, and of course you used that to talk about the Haven site mall property. Can you speak to what would be you talk about the increase that you had seen over the last 4 months. What is the contribution of now the hotel property to GRS?
Okay, so we have a guaranteed minimum, but Beyond that, we have a percentage of the revenue from the hotel. And in respect to there being a private business, we'll be fine to share that with you offline. We don't necessarily want to share it publicly.
That's fair. Thank you. Thank you for that. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, listening and viewing audience, my office, and of course, central staff. Administrator Dawson Jr., how you doing, sir?
Well, thank you, Senator.
Good to see a fellow first banker at the testifier desk. Doing a good job.
Thank you.
I think you have a great team, and
I do.
Yeah, of course, we follow the money. The challenge I have with the GRS system has always been, it's a defined benefit plan. And there's very few defined benefit plan function in the United States of America today that's doing very well. And I tell people we're not in a unique situation when it comes to that. We're trying to keep this system afloat. We've got some innovative things that we're doing. But ultimately, one day we might have to have another discussion as a government, as a people. But this product is something that, you know, in the old days, it was popular and everyone did it. And then they moved away from it for a reason. But we're here today, and we're going to keep trying to make sure that it's successful. There's glimmers of light, as you would put it, right? So let's look at your portfolio distribution. I noticed your U.S. equity did exceptionally well. Page 7 of your page 5 of your testimony. The U.S. market has been very strong, and equities have been.
Senator, if I may point out, that's not the return. That's the percentage of the portfolio, right?
Sorry, my portfolio. Okay, the return in the U.S. equity was at what point? What percentage?
Last year we were in the 20s. This year we've seen, since the last quarter of last year, some tempering of that, but we never expected that we would continue to see 20-odd% returns in the equities, right? That was extraordinary.
1
minute. We appreciated it, but we don't count on it going forward.
I say this because I think that at one point was a real big glimmer of light that we should have pursued as much as we could. I see you have cash of 5%, which is, you know, that's good because you're gonna need some liquidity at any given time. Mm-hmm. But the diversification of the portfolio, to me, it's fine. The emerging market equity is a little, I'm not sure. It's, you know, how did you do on that one? You got 5% in emerging markets.
We've done solid on that as
30
well.
seconds.
Okay. Yeah, that's. I was an investment advisor, so I used to have fun with that one.
But it's for geographical diversification also, of course.
Locally?
No, internationally.
No, just okay. So let's talk about this hotel opportunity, which congratulations again. I think whoever thought of it, excellent idea. This is how we build our economy locally, and this is where there are opportunities. We can't put a number yet, but I think in the future, if everything holds, no storms, no major surprises, we will do well with this investment. What's the chances of us having something like this on St. Croix? Because I think this cost, what, $40-something million to build this hotel?
Right. Well, this occurred on St. Thomas because that's where we happen to have the Havenside Mall, right? Right. So we don't have a similar property on St. Croix.
Time.
If we find one, will you consider building something like that here on St. Croix?
Well, what we do have on St. Croix is 130 acres in Estate Castle Coakley Bay that we are looking at developing along with our property on St. Thomas.
Yeah, that's zone residential, right?
It's actually it's mixed use, and there is a planned area development that would be mixed use.
Okay, so, my time is called, but one quick question. I actually had the privilege to meet with the two rum manufacturers on St. Croix, had a very lengthy discussion, very productive. In reference to the rum cover over, I think you're correct. The market has taken somewhat of a dip. I guess people are more interested in flavored rums now than just the typical straight rum. Tequila seems to be the beverage of choice.
Well, we don't mind if the rum is flavored or unflavored, provided it's our rum and it goes to the United States.
Yeah, and they're making the adjustments clearly to ensure that they could maximize their sales. So I think we should see some benefit from that coming forth. We did have a slump. They mentioned it, and let's just pray and hope they continue to do well. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Joseph, you recognize. Senator College Joseph, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, and a pleasant good day to the hardworking men and women from our government employee retirement system. I really want to thank you for this wonderful overview. All of you are great team members. Anytime we have any challenges, we normally come to you. I am concerned, of course, that the special vehicle that we put together here, we worked tirelessly, and I was part of that team, that we aren't seeing the full reward of it. I am definitely concerned about the rum cover over, how much rum we are producing. Yes, we saw uptake now, but the main issue that I'm concerned about is that we are not selling sufficient. Crucian is lagging a little bit behind Diageo. Diageo is racking up, and that's the new kid on the block. So we really need to do a deep dive into that, as well as have the Public Finance Authority come in and tell us where we are. Because when we worked excessive hours to put that special vehicle together to really bandage the leak that was happening with the government employee retirement system. And now that we have firmly increase in the return at $13.25, we want to see that being maximized.
Yes.
That's it. Maximize it, because if we maximize it, perhaps we won't see that little dip that we're expecting, or that big dip that we're expecting. Now, I wanted to ask you some questions regarding the amount of persons in Tier 2. You mentioned to a previous speaker that there was a certain number of Tier 2 active employees. But what I saw missing from your presentation is how many persons in Tier 2 have left the system without being vested into the system. So I wanted to get an idea from you on that number. And how, I mean, if you could give me at least 2 years, maybe the amount, over the span of 2 years, how many persons have left the system? Because we were seeing, and that was a concern of ours too, when we were putting together the special purpose vehicle. And we were concerned that we're having a lot of people leaving the system. Strategically, they're doing it, you know. Before they reach a whole 10 years or 9.5, 10 years and 5 months, they would leave the system, take out all of their portion because they can, and we would not have that money to invest. And if we could get that dollar figure that goes along with the number of persons exiting the system.
Senator, we would have to provide that to you through the chair. We would have to get that information for you. That's a subset of the information that we do have, okay?
Okay, well, through the chair, you could provide that information.
Right. I've made a note of that, and that is left before vesting.
Yes, left before vesting numbers, as well as how much the amount, the numeric, the figure.
So just on a high level, Senator, What happens there, of course, is that they may take their contribution as they haven't yet vested.
30 seconds.
But we retain the employer's contribution.
I'm aware.
And then we don't have the liability of paying them an annuity. So,
But you don't also have the ability to invest that money and additional money. If they're vested and they leave, that's fine, because we have both the government portion and their money, but they're leaving with their portion. So it may be a
I hear you loud and clear. I just wanted to point out that we also don't have the liability of paying them a retirement annuity, so that's taken into account as well. And we do earn a return on the employer's contribution.
Okay. I want, if I can, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to ask one final question. How many loans have you granted already to our retirees since you reopened up?
That was in our presentation as well.
Wait.
I'll ask Ms. Nico, our Territorial Director of Loans, to provide that information. We have 530 retiree loans, most of which would be from the current batch. So it's about 500
It's 500.
and change.
Okay, I see it. I'm sorry. I do see it. 530 retirement loans. And how much does that equate to? That's what I was trying to get. What
And
is the
how much
number?
what?
How much would it be numerically, or the amount of the total amount of the retiree loans?
Ms. Nico?
Hi, Michelle Nico. I have them by district. So in the St. Thomas, St. John district, it's approximately 1.5 million, and St. Croix district is 1.9 million.
Okay, thank you so much. We have a larger amount in St. Croix. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Again, we're in crunch time, so respect the time. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you and listeners present. Director, how are you doing, sir?
Good afternoon, Senator. We're current in our raises and union increases.
I'm double checking.
Everything is current, sir.
Because you know I'm coming for
everything is current, sir.
But I'll tell you the problem I have. Do you have a copy of the post-audit report?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so we're going right at that.
Okay.
Because personnel come first. If you're walking long enough, you'll realize who in charge. Now, okay, so how many personnel do you have? You should tell me that off the top of your head. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Aisha Clendon Gums, Senior Deputy Administrator.
Okay,
I don't think her mic is on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
We have approximately 70 in GERS proper and about another 30 odd at Haven site.
So you don't have 112?
I gave you rough figures.
No. Aisha Clendon
Okay,
Gums, Senior Deputy Administrator, Chief Operating Officer. Good afternoon, Senator.
Good afternoon.
We have 13 employees in St. Croix, 60 on St. Thomas with 4 vacancies. And then at Haven Site Mall, we have 32 full-time employees and 7 part-time employees. So the total is 112 persons.
112.
Of that 112, 7 are part-time for Haven Site.
Okay, so 112. I like I said, we're going to have wage increases. What % increase you looking to give your employees?
Well, that's
You didn't mention that in the post-audit report.
That's a negotiation presently.
Oh, okay, so
right.
the fringe, you estimate only at 3% for fringe and 9% for GERS with the employer end. Those are factored in. Okay.
Yes.
So based on the 112 salaries listed in the post-audit report, I calculated all and it came to $7,589,543.60. That's for the salaries. Now, the acts for 2026, the fringe and salary came to $8,921,160.
So, Senator, if I may, with all
sure.
due respect, there's no ask
Okay,
because
based on what's in the
we are
proposal.
not requesting any budget. This is an overview, not a budget. And
you're absolutely
with
right.
regards to 2026, our board has not, frankly, I haven't even signed off on the 2026 recommendation as yet. So
and
it
I
would
do
be very
apologize.
premature for us to discuss.
You're
the
absolutely
details.
right. What I was getting to was I wanted to make sure that based on the salaries you're talking about given would be covered in your 2026 suggestion for based on the salaries versus what the post-audit report has. I think on the page where they did the breakdown of how your salaries were going, the numbers seem to have been less than what your salaries totaled to. That was my concern. So, yes, you're dealing with your board and is no ask to us. I thank you for the clarification, but I just wanted to see, I'm not a banker. I'm a 1 + 1 = 2 type of guy, and if it don't add up to me, for your employees, I got to say it because then they go want, I don't want nobody coming up short. So that was the issue I had in terms of adding the numbers of all the salaries, factor in your, so based on page 2 of the post-audit report, we have the projected 2026 budget, personnel is $6,229,580. Based on your numbers of
30
personnel,
seconds.
112, and the current salaries, it's more than the $6,229,580. That's what I was getting at. So I want to see the correlation to make sure I have no say in how you deal with your entity, but I going to speak on behalf of the people while I have the chance. So that's all it is. So have you had a chance to look at the post-audit report and make the comparisons? And if not so, then you can look at the post-audit report, page 2, and versus your personnel. And your GRS continue doing the great work that you're doing, and I appreciate it. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Maurice James Esquire, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, Administrator Dawson and your team. I especially love the fact that this was a very positive presentation. It seems to be moving upward. And I am going to, in interest of time, okay.
Moving right along.
Yeah. That threw me off a little bit. The planned area development, though, is where I'm focused on for St. Croix. Are you at the stage where you filed anything with DPNR? Where are you in that particular planned area development? I'm especially interested in it, of course.
And thank you for the interest, Senator, and thank you for the kind words from myself and the team. Where we would be with the planned area development for St. Croix is dusting it off and bringing it to life, because it was done years ago. A lot of work was done, but nothing had been done beyond that. So now it's a matter of turning a non-performing asset that we have into a performing asset and creating opportunities along the way.
I know at some point you're going to have to get the approval of the legislature at some point. I am just wondering, well, now that you've said that you're dusting it off, I guess it's
there were approvals granted previously as a part of the
it
planned
had
area
gone through
development.
that process already and was approved by the legislature. But just to let you know, I believe, though, that if you did not develop it within a certain amount of time, I believe you may have to come back to the legislature. But I'm not sure. I'm speaking just from my memory of what I know in the code.
Senator, you're probably correct, and we would be happy to come back, because the appetite that I sense in the legislature for us to develop those properties and to get the assistance of the legislature in doing so I feel is there. So we'd be happy to come back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Very good point. Senator Kenneth Gittins. Senator Viola, you had a point of information? You recognize?
Yeah, briefly, I wanted to just, in reference to the conversation you had earlier, in reference to employees leaving before they're vested. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's a win for the system. And we need to stop keeping in mind that, oh, we're losing money. We're not losing. They're drawing out their money. The employer contribution that is double or 2.5 times what they were putting in remains in the system, and the system invests the money forever, and they have no obligation after 20 or 30 years. So it's a good thing for the system. As bad as it sounds, it's a good thing for the system in terms of investment. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Administrator Dawson, you have a response to that?
We'll take the money.
Point of information, Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Have your actuaries, thank you so much for the pronunciation and help with that. I appreciate it. Have they ever looked at a study to see if we are, in fact, losing money to invest? If they have had any reports and doing any type of assessment to see that? Because that's critical. We could go and say it, just by looking, but we don't. We want to go down the figures and see if we are in fact losing money or are we gaining money. We don't want to have something arbitrarily thrown out there without some type of factual background. So have they?
So, Senator, that can be requested.
Yes, I think.
Not to form an echo chamber with Senator Viola, but he echoed what I said. I'm echoing what he said, because the fact of the matter is that just anecdotally, we can get an actual study, but we're retaining the employee contribution, which is higher than the employee contribution. And importantly, we're getting rid of a liability because we now don't have to pay them an annuity. So that is like found money for the system. We could pay an actuary to tell us what we already know.
Okay, well, I don't know, but I was just wondering, because I'm just wondering, especially with those who are reaching that close 10-year mark. That's my concern. Not the ones who are leaving after 1 or 2 or 3 years. The ones that are leaving like 9. But that's a discussion. And if you can, you can. If you don't think that is needed, then don't. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I think there's a more complex situation with that because, of course, we still have a ADEC that we're in the hook for. And, the discussion there has to be then, how is the employer share deducted from that ADEC, moving forward, So it's a real complex issue. I don't think it's a one and done situation. It needs to really be analyzed and determined. Senator Gittins, you recognize for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. I know we on time now, but let me first start off too by commending you and the team for your presentation here today, and also commend you and your team for your responsiveness to the loan program, and especially to our retirees who are now able to access extra capital. But what I wanted to ask you also is, how are you actually reaching out to the retirees to let them know that the loan program is now open to them?
Thank you for the question, Senator, and thank you for the compliments.
And sorry, and in addition, also address what I had called you about with regards to them having access to be able to get these loans. Remember, everything was being done, online. Some of them didn't have access. There was some hardship for some of those retirees.
You're welcome. So, with regards to how we notify the retirees, we have a very robust, constant contact system. We send out our newsletters. We send out email blasts. We have the retirement groups that we utilize, both on St. Thomas and St. Croix. So we have various media that we utilize, and they hear about it because they've been utilizing the program.
And you see no PSAs on the government access channel?
We've issued press releases with regards to the loan programs.
Okay. So I'll just say to increase it, to enhance it, let's try to work with the government access channel, even the legit TV and whatnot. Believe it or not, a lot of retirees, a lot of people look at legit TV like how they used to look at the soap opera. So this is a good place for you to advertise that. But thank you again.
Charge for a subscription
for that.
Might raise some money.
I see here that you did speak to the plan development area. Are you in receipt of that letter that I sent to the chairman of the board with regards to urging the GRS's serious consideration for homeowners program, utilizing the 170 acres of land on St. Croix and the some 120, I believe, acres on St. Thomas?
Yes, Senator, we're already there. As a matter of fact, as I indicated to Senator James, even if we have to come back to the legislature with a planned area development, we're not concerned because the interest in the legislature through legislators like yourself is there. So you would be joining us in the effort to be able to develop these properties and put them to good use.
Good, because we want to join forces for our people so that we can have them remain here in the territory and be able to afford a home right here in the territory.
Correct.
Not affordable homes, that's right. Not pulling out the money
1 minute
to go elsewhere to get a home. So I'm not going to really tell you, but I wanted to ask you this. So I noticed here you stated on page 8, failure is an orphan, but success has many parents. While others may try to take credit for this milestone accomplishment or even try to imply that it's an underdog and not a part of our lovely 14-acre Havenside Mall property, we at the GRS will be all too happy to collect our annual rent and an increasing percentage of the hotel's gross revenues as it grows each and every single year. They can try to take the credit, but we'll take the money. Who you trying to shade at, buddy?
The funny thing about shade is that if you reveal, then it's not shade.
But that was just for a light moment. But what and time called, Mr. Chairman, I asked just the last question right there. What's the hotel's gross revenue that the GRS will receive, and how will it be paid? Monthly, quarterly, how?
The percentage of the revenue that we share in is unlimited. Okay? And it's paid quarterly.
Quarterly.
The minimum is paid quarterly. There's a true-up at the end of a year through audited financial statements as to what the revenue was, and we're entitled to the relevant percentage.
Okay. So, again, thank you and the team. I wouldn't harass you today about expanding these loans to mortgage loans just yet. I'm going to write to you for your availability within the next 2 weeks for you to meet with us as a body outside of this with regards to the homeowners program consideration that I'm asking you about. Okay? So look out for that at least by Monday. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator Gittins and Administrator, CEO. I want to thank you for your overview this afternoon. And our kudos really go out to the loan team as well. We have been getting some very good feedback from the loan. It's exceptional. You in and out. It's really painless, and so I think that you'll be seeing a lot more of that moving forward on an annual basis. Of course, we have a limited amount, so there'll be some adjustments and some disappointments. So the first in early, how you say it? Early bird catch the early worms. So we encourage individuals to go in early and get it done. But yes, there's been some positive feedback on that. So kudos. So quick point of information.
Mr. Administrator.
Yes, sir.
You have no intentions of running for governor, right?
No, sir.
Okay. I just want to get that on the record because things seem to be flowing in the direction that we want it to go, and we don't want no hiccups. So don't come with no call.
I'm the governor of the GERS. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
We got a lot more acts, so be careful. We come on a lot more. So we need you to be there to deliver on a lot more. But I'll give you 30. Well, let me ask you, what is on the horizon? Obviously, we're hearing of the upward trending of GRS and just the hope, because just several years ago there was really a glimmer. It's really, we're talking about insolvency and really a hardship that we're experiencing. So now hearing this progress is very sobering. What is on the horizon? Any sneak preview of things that's being discussed by your executive team as well as the board for the public ears at this time in terms of things that you may be working on that we could look forward to from GRS?
Well, no secrets. First of all, we don't over-promise. We would under-promise and over-deliver. In the 2 years that I've been with the GERS and this wonderful team, we've delivered on the loan program, the loan programs, on the great work that we're doing at Haven site with not just the hotel, but the overall rebranding of that property. You'll be seeing it in the upcoming months, the work that we've done and will be doing. I've shared with you that the next target of our attention legitimately is our undeveloped properties in both districts. That is a great opportunity for us to take non-performing assets. Senator Fredericks can relate to that term as a banker, and make them performing assets in various ways. So there's no secret there at all. And we'll be working together in partnership with the legislature and with the executive where necessary. And I guess if I could use this opportunity to wrap up, we enjoy our partnership with the legislature. And a big part of our turnaround, I said it in my presentation, I'll say it again, was the wonderful work that this body did in conjunction with the administration in crafting that special purpose vehicle and the funding note that we have. We haven't gotten all of the money that we expected, and there's still challenges, as we outlined, but it has gotten us from critical to serious condition, and with what we're doing, we intend to progress from serious to fair, and from fair to good. It didn't take us 2 years to get in this position that we're in. It was decades of neglect and, frankly, burdening the GERS with obligations that it couldn't meet, with checks that it couldn't cash. And the first big step that was taken in recent times was the special purpose vehicle. It has already started to put us on the right track. It's our job and our challenge to continue on the right track. And as indicated, even with the 3 percentage point increase in the employer contributions that the board has mandated, I was telling Senator VLA earlier, you pay us sooner or you pay us later, you're going to pay us one way or the other. It's usually cheaper if you pay us sooner, because we have the time value of money working in favor of the portfolio and the assets. If you wait until 2033, when we have that, albeit temporary, dip in our assets and get to a point of insolvency, possibly for a short period of time, you can't tell retirees, I'm not going to pay you for the next 6 years. Come back, right? So we may as well look down the road, make the hard decisions, and do the right thing. So on that note, thank you very much for the time here this afternoon. Unfortunately, as I indicated to you, we have to go and celebrate a wonderful event this afternoon, and I have to be there for the cutting and the pictures, and they're calling for me.
Well, thank you very much. And I want to say that a lot of times I think that the community, gloat at the fact that we're going up against each other in instances. But when we come together, we're really able to move mountains. I certainly welcome and enjoyed our visit to DC recently, where there was this level of synergy. We just fed off of each other and being able to again, implore and encourage those elected leaders to support our rum cover over, and we saw it happened. So I think it's so important that we continue to work in tandem with each other so that we could move this territory forward. Senator Gittins, you had a quick closure, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the statement, you promise and you over deliver. I like that. Now, with regards to a perfect scenario, I'm not sure if the question was asked earlier, but if you have all your department contribution and the personal contribution in, what's the time period in turning around now to get a check, the first check to a retiree?
I'm going to defer to Ms. Sharon Sasso, who didn't have a chance to speak today. She's our Chief of Benefits, but she can address that.
Hopefully we've cut down on that time, but just tell me quickly.
We definitely have. We've seen...
Put your name on the record and the title.
Good afternoon. Sharon Sasso, Chief Benefits Officer. We're seeing, I want to say, anywhere between a 60 to 90-day turnaround, and we do have persons who get on even faster than that.
60 to 90 days?
Correct.
That's much, much better.
Definitely.
Exactly.
Than the year and 2 years.
That is awesome.
And if that's the case, I again applaud you for that and ask you to cut it down at least another 30 days.
We'll work on that, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Again, I want to thank the GRS team for your appearance here this afternoon. I also want to thank the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Law Enforcement Planning Commission that was here earlier today. I want to thank my colleagues for today, as well as central staff, my staff, and everyone that assisted in making this happen. We do have a session tomorrow, and a committee of the whole as well tomorrow here at the legislature. So those of you that want to tune in, again, you have an opportunity to do that. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations and Finance of August 13, 2025 is hereby adjourned. God bless.